All right, all right, all right. Bismillah. Let me just bring up a comments feature so I can see. Yeah, right. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In fact, let's do an audio check before anything. See, I'll be speaking to myself. Nothing new there. In the words of Ghalib, बक रहा हूँ जुनून में क्या क्या कुछ न समझे खुदा करे कोई. I just utter my nonsense, this insanity. May God will it that nobody understands me. Allah, Allah. And what's the I suppose the antidote that समझ में आने दो होश में तो समझ में आने दो होश में तो आता नहीं हूँ. That's which I suppose has the opposite by the famous Salman Khan dialogue ke hum what is it सोच हम समझ में नहीं दिल में आते. Right, so I see the sounds good. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inna alhamdulillah wa kafah. والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا people. Somebody right, so right, are you missing a right? Am I Ibn Firnas saying what's wrong? What what's wrong, huh? Nothing is wrong. Walillah alhamd, everything is it's always, I guess, in many ways where it's meant to be. Allahu Akbar. And I think that's something, let's taking a look at today's session, which I thought aptly to theme it as certain uncertainty. Allah, Allah, look at that. Sabr, there's no sabr in these things. That how we perceive things. I want to take a look at some ayat and explain how certain, and they're actually they're a select ayat that once you become familiar with them, they always ring home immediate. They have a certain rhythm and a certain you'll see a dynamism to them. So these ayat I want to look at were from Surah Taha, verse 17 to 21, and I'll bring them up in a moment. And the reason I want to take a look at them is, one, because they're just so amazing, and you'll see why. But it's about the story of Musa alayhi salam, and just a short scene from the life of Moses, but a significant turning point. So, okay, we'll take a look at those verses, but more importantly, how certain verses of the Quran continue to give so many dynamic meanings to people who come to the Quran and they look at it. It brings them something for their life, and it can add value to their daily lives. And we'll take a look at certain interpretations depending on how you're looking at this verse and how this verse can mean so many things for different people. So, okay, those few verses, sorry. So that then this topic of institutionalization and the birth of orthodoxy, right? Okay, so this owes itself to, I was having a Patreon meetup, and Eid meet and greet with my Patreon. So much love to all of you guys. May Allah always bless you. May Allah bless all of you guys out here, but especially those, they really go out of their way to extend their love and support. So, okay. And in that discussion, we've really got into all of this about the birth of orthodoxy and institutionalization. And I thought that, this is actually something really interesting. And although I've spoken of this on and off on several occasions, why not repeat it for you guys who didn't really, weren't privy to our Patreon meetup? So, okay. Right. So that's the theme of what we're looking at today. And then obviously I'll bring you guys on for, your amazing luminous presence. Allah. Right, so let's just see who's tuned in, guys. Let's do the extend the love, and we've got Fahad Alam. Allah, Alameen. Allah, Fahad, you're doing it. Technically, your name would mean the cheetah of the entire universe. Not the cheetah as in the cheetah, the kind of, cheetah like a leopard, that kind of cheetah. So, of the entire universe. Vah. So, in one way, you can think of it as the fastest mammal on Earth. Anyway, one of the fastest creatures on Earth is. So there you go, lightning speed. Allah, Allah. Claire, as always, may Allah bless you. Azarati, yeah, always showing love. Kya baat hai, yaar. Allah, keep you always smiling. I mean, right. Salam Mufti, what inspired you today? I'll come to this actually. Let me just say some salam. I want to share some thoughts on something today. Fresh. Yeah, memoirs of a Mufti. Kya baat hai, huh? So let me, I'll come back to a podcast, not a podcast, a debate I was watching today. And it was Jordan Peterson and it was Susan Blackmore. And I'm going to come back to this because it's just wow. Okay, so people, we've got Shamim Yusuf, alaikum assalam, Arabian Princess, all right. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban, true royalty, Allahu Akbar. Made it to the live stream. Ibn Firnas, how missing a watch or struggling to tell the time. Ibn Firnas taking me to task for being late, as always. I say, well, it's 10 p.m. somewhere. Not that I was going to start at 10 p.m. It's early somewhere. I guess this is in it's all relative, isn't it? Ultimately, it's all relative. Kya baat hai. Right, so Abdul Basit, right, shukran, much love. Mufti Abu Layth, Maliki, all right, I like it. The Maliki thing is something I must say, I hold it. There's certain things in life that they've served a joy for me. I don't know, when I say joy, I don't even know. It's ineffable almost to explain why. Obviously, there must be reasons, but I think we just have a connection. One of those things is definitely the Medinan school, or AKA the Maliki Madhab. It served an inextricable emotional, spiritual bond with me that it's not that we can't apply rationality to it, but I just don't feel it's the realm of rationality. What I mean by that is, I'll tell you who speaks about this. I don't know if you guys have come across the works of Antonio Damasio, and if not, you should check him out. He's a lead kind of neuroscientist, leading a neuroscientist in the world. But he has this whole thing, and he has his book as well. That what's his? God, he'll come to me. His title. It's really, in fact, you know what? Let me put it up. Um, his book is let's see. That's it, Descartes Error. Descartes. He's got more than one book, but Descartes Error. It's really fascinating because you see, Antonio Damasio, what he's highlighting is and I'm coming to to understand this more and more, and really coming to accept it, or accept isn't the word, realize it, and that is that we are feeling creatures who think, not the other way around. We are not thinking creatures who feel. इसमें कुछ गहरा है. There's depth to that and profundity. We, although rationality, it's it's the pride and joy of human accomplishment, unquestioned, and rightly so. We are with our aql what nothing can. I mean, we surpass everything because of our aql. Let's put it like that. There's no, it's not might. I don't. Humans can't even take on a dog. We can't. Arguably, maybe some cats. This is a shout out to my friend Madge if he's listening. He has absolute cat phobia. I don't think he likes me mentioning it, but so it's only our aql. So at times we maybe in an enjoyable delusion. Because those of you, I don't know if you guys have caught our book discussion of last month. So the book we covered was Don Quixote's. I mean, it was Don Quixote. It was Miguel de Cervantes' novel on Don Quixote. Um, so check it out if you haven't. And that's where you get the English term quixotic, because quixotic is from Quixote, or with an X, obviously Spanish. So right, but in there we had this discussion on delusions, and are delusions always bad? And that's a fascinating talk. Check that out, people, if you haven't. It's our book lounge book of the month for last month. This month's book, on a side note, is this The Courage to Be Disliked. It's by, I don't know, Ichiro Kishimi and Fumitake Koga. I tried to do a little Japanese accent there. But it's about how to free yourself, change your life, and achieve real happiness based on Adlerian psychology and consciousness. So it's really interesting. So far, I haven't really read much. Believe it or not, I'm actually having Layla read aloud just to practice her reading. So she's having to read all these terms like Adlerian psychology and all this kind of psychoanalysis and all this stuff. Anyway, I digress. So delusions, we as humans, we think that we are by default rational creatures by default, and we are thinking creatures by default. And I think there's some confusion when people take Descartes' cogito ergo sum, and it's translated as I think, therefore I am. But think here, cogito isn't in that sense, as in the English think. Because when we use think in the English sense, we're thinking of it imaginatively, like, oh, I think about things. Cogito there is the fundamental, the irreducible conscious awareness of cognition. That's what he means. That the fact that if in my mind I doubt everything, the fact that my mind is speaking, I can't doubt that. Because to doubt is for it to act. So that's Descartes' thing. But anyway, the point being that we think often we are thinking creatures. But really, and people like Freud were obviously onto this, that we are not as rational as we think we are. And even though we are rational, we are people of reason, we are people of understanding, we are people of cognition and concepts, but by default, we are creatures with emotions. We are creatures with emotions, and that emotional brain, because you don't just think with your, you don't just feel with your brain. There's an entire central nervous system coming down, virtually connected to, not virtually, actually connected to every point of your body, ultimately speaking. So we feel all over our body. So we feel in the gut, and there's neurons in the gut. People feel in the lungs. People feel when they feel terrified. What is terrified? It is the heart racing. It is gasping for breath. It is a feeling in the body. It's not a rational computation. It's not like, oh, I'm calculating fear, or even joy, or even we feel excited, the blood rushes, we feel, you see, it's a physiological process, interplay with the brain. So it's not just the brain. The brain, if it was just in a jar, it couldn't really do these things. It needs to play with the rest, have an interplay with the rest of the body. So we by default are creatures from an evolutionary standpoint, and how Allah has created us, you see, with feelings. And if you think about it, Allah says that أخرجكم من بطون أمهاتكم وجعل لكم السمع والأبصار. You see, sam'a wal absar first. He created for you vision and hearing, because with that, the sensation and the experience, wa af'ida, and then cognition. You see, so, and that's actually an interesting verse, because أخرجكم من بطون أمهاتكم وجعل لكم السمع والأبصار والأفئدة. No, that's قليلا ما تشكرون. But there's another verse that أخرجكم من بطون أمهاتكم oh, it is the verse, sorry, it's before. لا تعلمون شيئا, that you had no ilm when you were born, but you had a priori faculties, like you could touch, and as a kid, and you obviously your sight is initially a bit blurred as a baby, but you can still see and you can hear, you see. So, and in fact, that's the primary fears that a baby has, that we all have by default, is the fear of sounds, like, like a big bang. This is inherent in all of us, it's not learnt. Two fears that we generally just have without being taught as human babies. Can anybody guess what they are? Let's see. I've given one away. Let's see. One of them is, as I've said, the fear of loud noises. Okay. So that's a fear we have within our fitrah as insan. And yes, Omar, you said it, but not similarly, the fear of falling. Allah. That's a beautiful metaphor in itself. Just think about that. Take a moment. In our fitrah, noise, insan's never-ending quest to escape this kind of unbearable noise. And second, the fall, fear of falling, fall from grace. Allah. Sochne ki baat. Something to think about. Insan's fall, fear of falling. So they tested babies, and they've done many tests where they'll have a dip, let's say, in the ground, but they'll have a glass sheet all over, like a reinforced see-through sheet all over, so you couldn't fall into the hole. But the baby would come crawling. When it reaches that point where let's say there's a drop, the baby won't cross it. It'll just stand there I mean, it'll just crawl or whatever, sit there, because it has an inherent fear of falling. So, okay, let's come back to what I was saying, that it's fascinating that we as human beings, we think we are creatures of reason, but we are actually creatures of feeling who have the ability to think. That's important. Remember that, because that will come very useful in life and in understanding so many things. Because when people think sometimes, why can't people just act rationally? Because you're misunderstanding their nature. They were never rational to begin with. Freud obviously understood that, as did his nephew, what is it? Bernays. Um, and the father of propaganda. But keeping all this in mind, let's move forward with today's look at this. The fear of falling in love. What a height to fall from, huh? Allah, Allah. गुजर तो जाएगी तेरे बगैर भी, लेकिन बहुत उदास, बहुत बेकरार गुजरेगी. Allah, Allah. He says that life, it will still get by even without you, but it will surely be depressing and very unsettling. Allah, Allah. There's a few on that pattern, that where I'm pretty sure does Mir Taqi Mir have one, or is it it's one of the classics? He says something like Guzri to wo jo tere saath guzri. No, I'll come back to that. Right, so I missed first of all, much love, Globe and Azarati. Allah bless you all. Icy Saracen, much love for the super chat. Mufti, you see Jordan Peterson's video sending a message to Muslims. I did, actually. Somebody sent that to me today. Yeah. That's yeah, sure. I think it's it's really Jordan Peterson is just an amazing individual. I have so much, I'm so in awe of him, because I just feel that I think people don't realize, because it's happening in the motion, what he's done for faith. I think they don't realize it. Today, check this out, people. If you haven't watched the debate, it's a debate between Jordan Peterson and Susan Blackmore, then you can YouTube it and it'll come up. I think it's about an hour. I think it's under an hour. I watched it today. Wow. That's all I'm gonna say. Just wow. Honestly. Dr. Susan Blackmore, oh my God. I think a decade ago I went to her lecture here in the UK, give or take. And so, and it, it had the theme of the I went to a conference. She was one of the speakers there. The theme of the conference was I've forgotten, but it was basically that, are we genetically wired to believe in God? So naturally, she is a militant, staunch atheist of the most bitter kind that you can find. And I never forgot her. After that was the first time I'd come across her, and then I came to realize, oh, okay, she's really she's well known in the atheist community. She has a book on consciousness. She has all this. I bought her book on consciousness, and but you see, she was so just in that lecture, she was so just vitriolic, and so, man, she had axes to grind. She just she was really so vile towards religions, and I get it. Look, I kind of psychoanalyzed her whilst I was there many years ago, whilst I was still doing my psychology degree at the conference. So now because she during her lecture she had a whole slideshow, and she brought up all these things and her photographs, and she brought up stuff, and she showed us, and she talked us through a whole lecture of obviously why God is nonsense and BS and religions are full of, and she very like didn't hold back, like really went in fact. I remember one of the organizers of the conference was and he was I mean, I don't know him, but he was a Hindu. He was an Indian Hindu. So obviously I could see he was Asian, but I didn't know he's Hindu till afterwards. When she was slating religions, this is like a flashbulb memory I have of it. I remember her going onto the whole Hindu, like she was saying, nonsense and the river Ganges, and she went in. Like, I mean, taking no prisoners. She went in into the stench of crap and this and that, and she accidentally put her hand into it or whatever, and the stench of feces, she couldn't take it off for days, and she went in. Like, I'm telling you, she was and I remember afterwards, just as I was packing away, and I could hear that guy in the court. He was really upset, and he was kind of just saying that this ain't right. You shouldn't be this kind of offensive. Look, I'm put that all aside. I'm just describing what happened. I'm not saying she doesn't have the right to be. It's her views. She can do as she likes and say as she pleases. The point is that she was very unbridled in her way. Now, I do get it. In her lecture, she showed things of she used to be a Christian, she grew up a Christian, her relationship. She has some disability, by the way. She mentioned it at the thing as well. I think her one leg is shorter than the other leg or something. But this is about a decade ago. I'm trying to recall it now. She mentioned something about, look, my leg is like this, and and in a way, I feel there was this kind of baggage of spite against God. She mentioned how her marriage collapsed, how her relationships didn't work, or at that point, I don't know, maybe she's got obviously new relationships now, but her husband, it kind of all broke down in a divorce, and I felt that there was this thing against God, that if there's a God, how can this happen to me? Which is obviously a very powerful question, but put that all aside. This is my memory of her, and I always had this thing. And in between, I'd seen a lecture or two of hers, over the years on YouTube, and never been a fan. I'd always been, because that memory, the first encounter with her, was always very like I don't know. I guess coming back to us being emotional entities who rationalize, who think. My emotional encounter with her wasn't pleasant. Although she wasn't displeasant or discourteous towards me, I was just one of the people in the audience. But the kind of takeaway that I had at a consciousness level wasn't pleasant. So I ended up watching today, and I think it's a few years old, this debate between her and Jordan Peterson. Oh, wow. Wow. She knew she was so mismatched. It was He wiped the floor with her like 10x. Like, he really took it to town. God, he's just so overqualified for that discussion with her. And it was like she clear, when a person clearly knows that, right, okay, they just go quiet. That's what it was. Just, it was a powerful debate on religion, and I wish some of it could have carried on more. And it was all about, and it's fascinating how Jordan Peterson, in the end, brings her to this point, because it's a discussion. By the way, it's a discussion debate, the best kind they are. A person can just talk to each other. It's always what I'd said in the past when people had said, "Look, let's have debates," and I'd said, like, let's have discussions, the conversations where we just talk. And so now there's a point where she speaks about how meditation helps her. And she says, well, I'm grateful. I wake up in the morning, I have gratitude. And then Jordan Peterson, in fact, I think the moderator asks her, he says, is that to someone specific? Like, who? And Jordan Peterson asks her, to who? And she says, well, I don't really have gratitude towards anyone or anything. I just have gratitude. And so Jordan Peterson says, well, gratitude by definition is usually to something. You're grateful to something. So, or someone. It is expressed to someone. And so she says, well, I'm just grateful. It's like to a nothingness. And he says, well, then that, inexplicable nothingness is your God. And she says, no, well, I'm just grateful to the universe. And he says, well, well, there you have it then. Because how do you get around that one? As human beings, there is so much peace in being grateful. Allah has hidden this, that la in shakartum la azidannakum. Now, who you say, well, okay, I'm not grateful to anyone, like not to God. Okay, maybe to people, but obviously she gave the example of it was a beautiful morning. So if it's a beautiful morning, you're not going to be grateful to your neighbor, it's a beautiful morning. So you're grateful to, but she doesn't want to say God, obviously. So she says, I'm just grateful to nature. It's like, well, okay. Interessante. Exactly. It's a force beyond you, greater than you. So yeah, that was just wow. So that was something today. I thought I'd share that with you guys. Um, uh, Susan Blackmore. Yep. Yep. Somebody just typed it. Sure. Yep. Sorry. Somebody just asked, what is that? Yes, Susan Blackmore. That's it. Shukran Scorpio. Much appreciated. Yeah. So cool. Let's move on. I saw some poems actually today. I thought let's capture some and speak of perception. So let's look at this. It all begins people make this a bedrock of your life. Seriously, a cornerstone. What this you see, it explains fear. Everything in essence. It's uncertainty, the unknown. So you see, if here you've got on what is fear, non-acceptance of uncertainty. If we accept that uncertainty becomes an adventure, it's simply a perspective. See how you look at something. Is that same thing you're looking at? Are you getting excited about it? Are you getting scared about it? We often just live in our minds. We don't even live. It's like we scare the crap out of ourselves. Oh, like it hasn't even happened. Nothing's happened. We're just frightening ourselves. It's in there. It's in there. There is an inherent amount of uncertainty. There is just inherent uncertainty in this dunya. And what insan does throughout his collective life, the whole of insan, is tries to remove as much uncertainty towards certainty. But the truth is, Allah says, ultimate certainty is the al-yaqeen. Hatta ya'tiyahum al-yaqeen. Until yaqeen. And yaqeen there is the end of uncertainty, which in the Quranic sense is the end of this life. Because yaqeen in those verses means death. Which is really, that's a fascinating, it's whoa, just something to think about, that this uncertainty is inescapable, and if you escape it, it means this life is over now. Wow, what a beautiful way to think of it. But it's in a way it's relieving, because it brings you back to tawakkul. Ho jayega yaar, it will happen. Tawakkulan ala Allah. Inshallah, inshallah. It's like that. Yeah. That what had I was going to say, speaking of that, Ghalib had said about, he had refrained it not as certainty but of love, and no, sorry, of life, and of the what should we say, the difficulties, gham, the melancholy that what he says, he says qaid hayat और असल में दोनों एक हैं, मौत से पहले आदमी गम से नजात पाए क्यों? That why should a person before death be free from melancholy? That there is always going to be some, and this gham here is the same understanding as suffering. But suffering, this is the point, a lot of it is just in there. It's not actually, it's like if you change your perspective, you change the story. It's, think about it. It's all, not, but an incredible amount is in there. So I thought, well, and in light of that, people, there was some 2-3 select poems. I thought, let's bring this up. Dil na ummeed to nahi, naakaam hi to hai. Allah, lambi hai gham ki sham, magar sham hi to hai. That, you see, that this heart hasn't lost hope. It's only failed. It's merely failed. That's all. Failure. It's only failed, man. It says that the evening of distress is long indeed, but ultimately it's still an evening. Wow. Think about that, man. Just think about that. It's so, whenever anybody who's feeling a bit down for whatever reason, whatever life has thrown at them, let's remember that this too shall pass. Tawakkulan ala Allah. This was another one I saw, and I thought, well, right. So this was Parveen Shakir's. इश्क ने सीखी ली वक्त की तकसीम के अब, वो मुझे याद तो आता है मगर काम के बाद. Make of that what you may. Make of that what you may. It says love now has learnt how to organize its time and give it structure. It says, and she says that I do remember him, but it's only after I dealt with. See, I'm trying to translate it in a way that it kind of still captures some of its meaning. वो मुझे याद तो आता है मगर काम के बाद. That obviously she's saying, but after the necessity, after the need, after work here, Akam is more about what he would have been what he would have been helpful with. So, yeah, make of it what you may. But it's actually fascinating. It also just reminds you how, there is this thing of being helpful. There's an element that how it, I guess, increases in love. वो मुझे याद तो आता है मगर काम के बाद. That there's some, one could ponder. Poetry is something, poetry is in essence less about the words and more about what it makes you experience, the kayfiyat. That's why in Arabic, shi'r is from shu'ur. It's from awareness and consciousness, because it's of the feelings that you experience as opposed to the words. Shi'r. This, I thought, you know what? speaking of the path of consciousness and how we view things, Huzur Jaun Elia says, "Ek din apne dar pe dastak de di." He says, "Ek din apne dar pe dastak di." That upon occasion, he says that one day I finally, or I got to knock on my own door. Allah. और फिर कह दिया नहीं हूं मैं. अल्लाह. एक दिन अपने दर पे दस्तक दी और फिर कह दिया नहीं हूं मैं. That's, you see, he says, and I replied, that I myself replied, that I'm not here. That's profound on so many levels. So many levels. And I think it takes a lifetime to unpack the true realization of this. Allah, Allah. Were we even here in the end? Chalo, yebi, that's, were we here, Allah? I guess that's what we try to do, isn't it? In a way, that's a metaphor, or not a metaphor, that's a summary of our life's purpose. We attempt to immortalize our remembrance in this dunya. We, as Allah says in the Quran, at the words or on the tongue of the messengers, that وَجَعَلْ لِي لِسَانَ صِدْقٍ فِي الْآخِرِينَ. Allah. And make those who come after me have a remembrance of me, but a righteous remembrance. Because that's, I guess, what we're trying, maybe what we're ultimately trying to do is just show that we existed. Allah. Na hai kasre dara na gore sikandar, zami kha gayi asma kaise kaise. Allah. That says that not the palace of Darius nor the grave of Alexander remain. That how many epics and legends has this earth swallowed up? People who truly felt they owned the earth. Allah. With a click of the finger, they could have had the impossible possible almost. Such power and resources, but ultimately nobody remains. Allah. And I guess that's what we're trying to do, is let it be known that we existed. But there's a beauty in that, but there shouldn't be I think it should be that I existed even in a human sense, but not in an ego sense. Yeah. Right, let's move on. Al-Hakim bi-amrillah ibn Farid. The term is Hanafi. What you're talking about, this keep repeating the Hanafia, is that new fashion or something? I don't know what this discussion is about. What is the correct term? Hanafia or Hanafi, and why? Compliment. Beard looks. Kya baat hai yaar? Al-Hakim bi-amrillah. Allah, Allah. I don't. This question, I don't know what you're talking about, but Hanafi is somebody that belongs to the Hanafi Madhab, and in relation to Imam Abu Hanifa, and Hanafiya is the term given to the collective. So often in Arabic, the ta marbuta can signify a collective. So, like insan, insaniya, humanity, as a, if you're using it in that sense. But Hanafiya, anything that you're trying to create a collective out of, that's one method of doing it. So Hanafiya is the Hanafi Madhab, or the Hanafis as a collective. Hanafiya. Some people call them Ahnaf, but yeah, Hanafiya is generally the more accurate term. Ahnaf, it is it's mutadawal, and it's commonly expressed by people. I actually hear Hanafi saying it more often, to be honest. When I was in Pakistan, they would say a lot, al-ahnaf. But ahnaf ala sighat al-af'al, on the pattern of af'al in Arabic, traditionally speaking, is a wazn li jam' al-qilla. So it's a plural which signifies a few, not many. So if I said qalam, aqlam, pens, but it usually means not many, but it means like maybe less than a dozen or 8, or some say less than 10. But so in that sense, I would have thought ahnaf would be, maybe not the most suitable way to describe the madhab, but chalo, some random thoughts. Right, okay, let's let's move on. I'm just waiting for that to. People, I want to take a look at these verses. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Now, the incredibly fascinating verses from Surah Taha. Now, Surah Taha, those of you that, if it's not fresh in your mind, then if you can, after the show, if you can tomorrow, just take a look at it. Taha, this surah, it has an amazing kind of rhythmic awe to it. Ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'an litashqa. Allah. And this is what is transmitted, that Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu an was really awestruck by. It was Surah Taha when he first converted to Islam. Now, it's an amazing surah, and it has this kind of this it has a style about it that is brief, so it mentions things just concisely, but they kind of like they pack a punch when it's said. So yeah, so this from verse 17 to 21, it's addressing this a particular incident about Musa alayhi salam, and it's the incident to do with when Moses has received, he's encountered divine countenance, and he has received revelation. He has interacted with the transcendental divine. So Allah has communicated with Musa alayhi salam. And you've got the whole burning bush incident. Now, after that, you have these verses, and I just want to, just looking at whatever fresh eyes people bring to the verses are so giving back in turn. So let's take a look at this. The verse begins that وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا مُوسَى قال هي عصاي أتوكأ عليها وأهش على غنمي ولي فيها مآرب أخرى قال ألقها يا موسى فألقاها فإذا هي حية تسعى قال خذها ولا تخف سنعيدها سيرتها الأولى. Let's go back through these verses. وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا مُوسَى. Allah. And what is that in your right hand? O Moses. Allah, Allah. You know this is going to be interesting. Because why is that a question? What is that in your right hand? Allah. So, okay, let's take this first of all with just its meaning. So you have just the apparent meaning. Allah is asking Moses, what is that? And I'll bring up the translation again. The translation's right beneath it. What is that in your right hand? Moses answered, this is my staff, my stick. I lean on it when I walk. And with it I beat down leaves for my flock, and I have many other uses for it. Allah said, throw it, O Moses. He threw it, and behold, it was a snake active in motion. Allah said, grasp it and fear not, we shall return it to its former state. So, okay. So you look at this verse, and this is about perspective. So, on one level, this is speaking about a miracle. This is what it's speaking about. So many people look at this and they'll say, well, okay, this is Allah had asked Moses alayhi salam, what is that? He said, it's my staff, it's my stick, rod. This is what I do with it. I lean on it. I attend to the flock of sheep with it. I carry stuff on it. I've got other tawaliya fiha ma'arib ukhra. I've got other, I do other things with it. And Allah says, well, okay, I'm going to now reveal the power of the miracle. Throw it. Musa alayhi salam throws it. It turns into a snake. Naturally, Musa alayhi salam is frightened. Allah says, it's okay, fear not, hold it. And as you do, this will turn back into its first state, which is the rod and the staff, the stick. Okay. And then Musa alayhi salam repeats this miracle at a later face-to-face with the Pharaoh, a kind of encounter with the Pharaoh and the magicians, and it's a well-known incident. So, okay, so from one perspective to people, this could be speaking about the unfathomable power of Allah, His qudra, to turn a staff, a stick, into a snake, a living snake, by a miracle. So this is the glory of God. So that's one way to look at this, that this is referring to an incident of a miracle, what people call a mu'jiza. Okay. Another way, well, people could look at this same verse and say, well, okay, did it turn into a snake? And that's a discussion on, do the laws that Allah has set in nature, does He violate His own laws? Or do things just come together at a certain time? So there's another verse of the same incident, and it mentions كأنه, that that it is as though it is from the Jan, it is from the snakes, it is from it is as though it's a snake. Okay, so some people could say, well, okay, from another perspective, maybe there was something to this. Maybe there was a kind of trick that, let's say, the magicians were using. I mentioned this many years ago. I said that this was one of the explanations I had given at the past, saying it could have been that, you see, when the magicians were making things turn into snakes, they weren't actually making them, but there was a certain trick that they were exposed to, and some historians write that they used mercury and different, some of the mufassirin, write this in the Quran, that they, in the tafsir of the Quran, that they used to use zibaq and this kind of stuff, mercury and liquid mercury, and it would do something. And so maybe this is somehow it's being shown to Moses. that this is, and so what he does is he actually exposes their magic as opposed to bringing a more powerful phenomenon of apparent magic to them. So that's one way, because one way a person could say, well, you see, if the magicians came and did magic and Moses came and turned it into a snake and they killed the snake, ate their snakes, then in a way to the spectators, they can't really tell the difference. They can just tell that his magic was better than their magic. So what it does by, what it does as a side effect or a byproduct is it affirms magic. But it just affirms that Moses' magic was better than their magic. That's one way of looking at it, because it could be like, well, because to the common person who was spectating at this great event, they can't tell. They think, well, when the magicians throw the sticks and it turns into snakes, to them it seems like, whoa, okay, that seems like it's a snake. Now, if Moses came and did the same thing but just outdid them, let's say his really turned into a snake, but theirs also perceptibly turned into a snake. So that to the bystander, because this says, the Quran says that it would be a spectacle for people to watch. So they all gathered. So the people couldn't tell, except they could just tell his version was more powerful. So that, one may argue, is simply, by as a byproduct, it's affirming the that might is right, that the greater one always wins. One could argue, one could maybe counter that by saying no, but that's how Allah works in His world of His laws of nature. He breaks them at times, and He does them in that way. That's the wisdom. Sure, I mean, however people want to understand it. Some people might understand this as this is a testimony to the glory of the power of God, that He is doing a miracle. And other people may say, well, okay, but that may be a bit, I don't know if that adds up it adds up here, but I don't know if it adds up there, because then the spectators wouldn't really be able to tell. So it makes more sense, as the Quran says, فَبَطَلَ مَا كَانُوا يَأْفِكُونَ. So what their tricks became invalidated. Batala. So, okay, because he exposed the truth that ultimate power just lies with God. These people have no power. It was but just a trick. So, okay, that's one way of looking at this verse. But, okay, here's another perspective on this same verse. You see, and I know I've discussed this in the past as well, that there's a plausibility that Moses may have been Akhenaten. Now, there's a plausibility. Obviously, I'm not saying we can't say these things. Nobody can claim certainty, or even good enough certainty. There's a plausibility when you look at the evidence, because Akhenaten is the person, a pharaoh. Now, keeping in mind, Moses would have been a kind of pharaoh, in the sense, if you mean a pharaoh is royalty. So pharaoh in Arabic, obviously in Arabic is Fir'aun, but in Arabic we use it as a name almost. But that's not what it was. It meant the great house. That's what Far'ad, that it meant the great household. So whoever, the palace of the pharaoh, so to speak, meant this was, if you were of that, you were a pharaoh, you were of the great household. And Moses obviously grew up as a foster child to the Fir'aun, in however you want to place it. So to the outsiders, he would have been of the household. He would have been obviously royal. Like if you grew up in Buckingham Palace, you're royalty. It doesn't matter. So the word pharaoh for them was like royalty. And obviously they tried to, they had their own belief system as well, but I'm just using the word here. So, okay, there's a plausibility that Moses may have been Akhenaten. Akhenaten was the first pharaoh to destroy all the other gods in the temples and say the one God. And, there's huge overlapping kind of stories. The problem is the pharaohs try to diminish, they try to try to kind of eradicate and erase his history because they were really upset with what he did. But there's these stories of him also involved in an exodus because he sets up a separate town called Amana, which became the Amana kind of kingdom then, and there's other things which there's huge similarities he leaves with a certain people as well. He sets up but okay, let's take a look at this hypothesis. Moses was from the household. Let's say if he is Akhenaten. When Akhenaten leaves, now there's a certain point, you see, Akhenaten leaves and he goes, and there's obviously different stories about Moses' time. Some people say this may have been after he'd got in some kind of trouble. There's the incident in the Quran about him killing someone, but it doesn't mention more. It just mentions, about him killing someone. When did this incident take place? Obviously, people debate it. They're not quite sure. Is it later on? Is it at the same time? But let's say Moses has gone off and now he's received revelation. But according to this hypothesis, the pharaohs after Akhenaten are not from the royal household. They're the generals in the army. Horemheb and these others become. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 that in between they become the pharaohs, but they are not like. I think Horemheb is the most vicious, but they weren't royalty before. They were just military generals. So in this incident, Akhenaten or Moses, let's say he goes off. Now he spends many years away in the wilderness. He goes off in the Quranic story, in the Bible story. Moses goes for at least 10 years to Madian and he stays away and all of these things before he comes back. When you see the incident here is what would have he had that signified this royalty? Because Horemheb and the other pharaohs who took over after him, they weren't true royalty. They were just military generals. And when Moses comes back, let's say he's this man with this beard and he's 10 years and he's aged and he looks different, but he has the royal scepter. You see, the staff of the pharaohs, and according to certain descriptions, the staff of the pharaoh had this serpent on its head. And in light of this hypothesis, and I'll tell you who is Ahmed Osman in his book, he speaks about this hypothesis. He's one of the first people to, I think there's 1-2 others, but he authors several books on it. If you want his book, it's called Moses and Akhenaten. And so he has this whole thing. Now he brings this verse as well to our attention, saying that it's interesting in the Quran, Allah asks Moses to throw the staff. And lo and behold, it's a serpent. Now, one way to look at this, so this is a different perspective. This Akhenaten hypothesis, for example. Allah is asking Moses, وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا مُوسَى. You see, because Moses, in that hypothesis, held on to it. You see, he didn't let go of this royal scepter. He took it with him. And it was always a remembrance of who he was. And in that way, this verse seems ever so interesting that Allah says that, وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا مُوسَى. What is that in your right hand, O Moses? And keeping in mind that Musa is not actually Moses' real name. Even Jewish people, some say maybe it was a name given because it meant Moshe from the river, but Moses most likely meant son of. Like the pharaohs were called, like you have Tutmosis. You'll have many of these Moses. Moses was like an add-on, but they say that the reason they called him Moses was almost to negate any royalty. It's as though it's like saying almost Abdullah, but then they just call you Abd. So وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا Musa. And what is that in your right hand, Moses? And then what begins is almost a series of justifications. Oh, this here, asaya, this is my staff, it's my, ahushu biha ala ghanami, that this is, sorry, atawakkau alayha, that I lean on it, and I carry, my burden on it. And some people say atawakkut can mean about carrying, like a traveler would carry stuff. And some people say atawakkut, to lean on. And I lean on it. And I attend to the flock of sheep with it. And and I've got other tasks with it. It's almost it's a beautiful sense of justification, almost, that, right, I'm this is why and then it's that فَأَلْقِهَا يَا Musa, throw it. And then as it kind of gleams and just lies shining, let's say, in the sun, you see it for the royal scepter, the serpent, the snake of what it is. And the historians like Ahmad Usman, who have this Akhenaten hypothesis, will say when Moses came back and the people were casting the snakes, they were trying to do their tricks, he held up his scepter. And everybody knew that Akhenaten had returned. That's a different angle of looking at these verses. So, okay, this is one way. Now, another perspective. So let's go with, see, this is what I'm saying, that the Quran, it brings, what every person, they come, they read it, they take something away from it. Now, check this. Many of the mystics, how they did tafsir of these very verses. Let's go back to him. Now, this is amazing. You're going to love this. Check this out. Moses has received revelation, and he has now been entrusted with this very weighty responsibility of bringing these people of God, the Israelites, to a separate land where they can worship freely. Okay, it's a very difficult task. Now, Allah says, وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا Musa. What is that in your right hand, Moses? Moses says, this, hiya asaya. This is my staff. That atawakkau alayha. I lean on it. وَأَحُشُّ بِهَا عَلَى غَنَمِي. My flock, I use it to tend to the flock. وَلِيَ فِيهَا مَآرِبُ أُخْرَى. और भी बहुत से काम है. I've got so many other things. This is indispensable in, or it's so helpful, in. Here Allah is reminding Moses, as these many mystics explain to us, that, Ya Musa, how can you rely on anything, lean on anything, use as a means of reliance anything other than Allah? That this is not the way of pure tawakkul. That atawakkau alayha, I lean on it. I tend to the flock with it. Only and only Allah. That alqiha ya Musa. Throw it. Distance yourself from any illusory sense of dependence and reliance or comfort that is but an illusion of this dunya. Alqiha ya Musa. Lose yourself of these mediating games of this world. فألقاها. He threw it. فإذا هي حية تسعى. The mediums of this dunya are in essence, and the dunya by extension, a serpent. That they have no ultimate loyalty with you. At any moment, they will sting you. They will poison you. They will strangle you. They will cripple and destroy you. Your reliance must at all times be only Allah. And when he saw the serpent, he's frightened. But it's scary because that is the brutal God perspective on the reality of this world. That this dunya is brutal, it's frightening almost. But then, not if you have tawakkul. Allah. Allah says, خُذْهَا لَا تَخَفْ. Don't. Because when you're in the world, you must live in the world by the world. You must use the asbab. But keep in mind at all times, Allah says, سَنُعِيدُهَا سِيرَةَ الْأُولَى. Pick up the staff, pick up this reliance, this illusory, mediating instrument, which for a moment has distracted you from your true reliance only on God. Pick it up. We will return it to its instrumental aperture and its features. But remember that true reliance is on Allah alone. Allah. That is just mesmerizingly beautiful and so powerful as a concept. These very same verses, so many ways to read them, and they give so much meaning to everyone, and maybe infinitely more meaning to other people who bring their perspectives to the amazing verses of the Quran. Somebody said, where is this? This reference is in many of the mystical, the mystics, mufassirin. So you'll find it in Ruh al-Bayan. You'll find it in others as well. There's a great website. I do use it. It's called, I just have it on my thing. Great Tafsirs, I think. It's called greattafsirs.com. It's in Arabic. And on there, you can select the genre of tafsir you want. Do you want fiqh? Do you want this? Do you want... so if you pick the one that is mystical with the Sufiya, so it'll bring up several tafasir then, but they'll only bring up those tafasir. If you select that genre, it'll bring up like Qushayri. In fact, even Qushayri makes reference, I believe, to this point as well, that this is, it's a metaphor. But it'll bring up Ibn Arabi, Ibn Ajiba, it'll bring up Baqali, it'll bring up like Ruh al-Bayan, it brings up a few of these. So it's amazing that these things are there, but it's so, put that references aside, it's so amazing that when you just look at these same verses, what they serve you as an insight. I hope that's been of some help, people. Let's, inshallah, move on. All right. Okay. So, all right. Just catching up with some of the comments. All right. Somebody said, have the different tafsir ruined Islam? I sure hope not. Look, a different view. People have different views. Sometimes you'll like the view, sometimes you won't. It's no big deal. It's not. Maybe look, every view is not for every person, and that's fine. And this is why I said that there were all these. These are some. I'm sure there's many more views, but they're all there. And different people take different insights at different times of their lives. Okay, all right, guys. Let's move on. I'll take a look. Did I miss any super chats? Right. Okay. I see Saracen. Shukran, Yar. Much love for the super chat. Allah bless you. I say, speaking to a co-worker who changed from Islam to Buddhism, he changed from Islam to Buddhism. He criticized probably the verse in Al-Dariyat. Adhariyat, okay, sorry, Adhariyat verse, not create humans except to worship me. He thinks God is a psychotic narcissist. Allah, Allah. أفرأيت من اتخذ إلهه هوى. What's the verse? Do you see a person who takes their own? See, it's interesting because Allah doesn't say ego, but hawa. And hawa is, it's like I guess it's like the disastrous energies that we carry within us. And in the sense that they take them as a god doesn't mean that they create an idol and worship them, but that becomes the ultimate. That becomes the ultimate judge or authority to decide what is right and wrong and how to adjudicate. So let's take this as an example. You mentioned, look, somebody said, I did not create humans except to worship me. Now, firstly, I would say that this person saying, look, God is a psychotic narcissist, you see, to that, I would say that this person is struggling with something, with an inner fight. Naturally, they've gone to, let's say, Buddhism because they want to quieten that inner noise. And they feel that maybe they feel they've been hurt, and maybe religion has been misused, maybe whatever their journey, whatever their story is. But often perception is projection. So when people say God is a psychotic narcissist, often these people may be as Jung would say, that what we hate in people or someone, and I would say here, even the way they're using God as an example, what we hate is often a projection of something we find in ourselves. This is why we loathe it so much. So usually when you hate someone about something, it's more telling about you than it is about them. So, because these are like hatefully charged terms, psychotic narcissist. You can tell this guy's going to be fun. He's like, yeah, definitely bring him along. Not. So this is, you can tell this person's like, whoa. So, yeah, their struggle is with themselves. The day that war within, that battle within comes to an end, they'll see that, that Allah had waited for them all along. If they make it, that is. If, unless this life of theirs is consumed in this battle. Let's just take that verse, very briefly, that I did not create insan. I take it you're talking about the same one. ما خلقت what is it? ما خلقت الجن والإنس إلا ليعبدون. That I did not create creation. So obviously ins is the only jinn. If you mean by the unseen, then here, okay, let's look at insan, because that's pertinent to the discussion. To not create an insan illa liya'budun. Now, many people have translated that as illa liya'budun. That lam here is lita'lil in Arabic. Now, lam, if you go to an Arabic dictionary on grammar, it will give you in fact, you could go to, who had a great one? He's my teacher as well, Sheikh Abdul Ghani al-Diqqar. Amazing, epic, he's a giant of the Arabic language. Great sense of humor, wallahi. He passed away before. He was from Damascus, Syria, and he passed away before the whole, the uprising and all of that, and the unrest in Syria. But he was honestly, it was amazing. He must have been probably in his 70s, maybe, when I got to meet him. So I used to go to the masjid, in that masjid, to get ijazah in the Quran. After I did hifz, I went to Damascus, and so I read the entire Quran to a sheikh who had ijazah, who gave me that kind of chain of transmission in the Quran, going back to the Prophet. So I had to read the whole Quran. So I would go every day and read a juz. Now, he used to be in the masjid at Asr time. He'd come for way before, like an hour before, for Maghrib. He'd just come there and just sit there in Asr time. And him and this other old guy, and they were both old. They were so jolly. I'd never seen old guys, old men so jolly. There's this theme of this motif of a grumpy old man. Absolute opposite, man. The guy he was like almost like a kid at heart. He would do all these pranks. He would kind of pull you, when you're going, he might push the guy. He used to sort of try and trip him over. They're both like 70-year-old. He was such a great phenomenon. He was a'lamun nas, they said, definitely in the Middle East, bi Kitabi Sibawayh, with the book of Sibawayh in Arabic language. So phenomenal. And he was really surprised. He was kind of like surprised pleasantly, in a nice way, with me. He'd never come across a Desi Maliki. So I told him I'm Maliki, and he'd written a book on Imam Malik. So he said to me that, I'm going to gift you my book on Imam Malik, which I never got to collect from him. But he said that I've never come across a Maliki who's from Pakistan, or like, who's Desi like that. And he used to love Imam Malik as well. He used to have a weekly running commentary on Fath al-Bari. It's a commentary on the commentary on Sahih al-Bukhari of Ibn Hajar. So this is how huge he was. And in grammar, he was just a don. He was like, he had no rival, honestly. And I used to run I used to be quite obsessed in that day and age with grammar. I used to run some grammatical things past him, some opinions. You know, when you're delusional and you're young and you think you can have opinions in grammar. So I said to him, Sheikh, what do you think of this? And I remember there was one he was quite impressed with. He was like, like that's an interesting one. But I was like, whoa. Otherwise, I used to be like, Sheikh, what's this? And he would be like, no, this is what Sibawayh, and this is this, and this. Anyway, so you could just take his dictionary, any dictionary. You go to lam, and it would show you what lam comes for in the Arabic language, and it comes for many things. But let's say one common thing, ta'lil, it comes to justify something. So let's say I did this لأنجح, so I succeed. You know, I اشتغلت لأنجح أو حتى that's حتى, you could use حتى, but لي here as well, lam. Let's say it's للتعليل, or to justify an actual thing, like the reason I wrote this book لينفع الناس. Okay, so it may benefit people. Now that's, I'm giving the justification, lam ta'lil, for why I'm doing something. But lam can come for other things. It can come lil aqiba. It can come as a consequence. You see. So here, you see, now if you read, so for example, imagine I said, if I said, imagine I said, ما أعنته, like I didn't help him, إلا ليخونني, except so he betrays me. Now, you see, now that translation, if I said I didn't help him except so that he betrayed me, this here is not the justification. It's not lam li ta'li. It's not I helped him so he could betray me. It's saying that, hey, check this out. I helped him, and as a consequence, he betrayed me. So here now you see this verse of the Quran that ma khalaqtu, I did not create ins and jinn, I did not create them, illa liya'budun. See, I brought them into existence. I gave them consciousness and awareness. I gave them the potential, the agency to act freely. Illa, except liya'budun. As a consequence, they worship me. Allah. Out of gratitude, they worship me. See, it's the same verse. It's not nothing. It's the same lamb. Now you may say, well, some people interpreted it that way. Sure, but it's the same lamb. You know, I'm not changing any words here. I'm telling you the same thing is used in the Arabic language. This, for me, is a more befitting and beautiful way to read this verse. Now, you could read it in the other way that Allah did it, إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, that they are predestined to worship me. You could read it in that way. I'm not saying you can't read it in that way. And one could say, well, okay, don't hard determinists and fatalists, scientists that believe in there's no free will, ultimately say we from the very get-go have been predetermined. So, I mean, why is it that when they say that there's no psychotic narcissists when they say it? And when we, let's say those people who say that, although I don't read this verse that way, but those people who read it that way, they're going with a predeterminism angle. And you could say, well, the fact that people worship God, it was predetermined. Let's take the scientists, the hard line scientists who go with, and this is many, you'll be surprised how many they are that go with there is no such thing as free will and everything is determined. The fact that I chose this cup today was already predetermined. Now, these are scientists, atheists who go with this. So, you know, check it yourself, check the data on it. And they're going to, I know, refer to the Libet experiment and But these things have also been refuted. But coming back, staying focused here, that look, or when I say refuted, reasonably, as in they've been critiqued and criticized, and many, there's other scientists that have raised a lot of challenges with Libet's experiment on consciousness and free will, and one obviously being of distal and proximal free will and other things. But okay, so let's focus here. When these scientists say that every single thing was predetermined, and the fact that people are worshipping today, they're going to say, well, this was predetermined, and it was ultimately predetermined from the beginning of life as a whole, and it's been coming down with this whole, but it's beyond out of your control. You don't call those scientists psychotic narcissists, but you say, okay, they, maybe you don't agree with it, but you're like, oh, okay, I can't argue with them. They're scientists. And so, okay, these people who take this reading of the Quran to say, well, it was predetermined, that's why people do it. You say, oh, psychotic narcissism. The truth is the noise was never without. The noise was within. The rattling, you needed to quieten that. So to me, the other way to read it as a consequence is, it shines true in light of the greater reading of the Quran. La in shakartum la azidannakum. See, this is, and it's the the majesty and the beautiful kind of interplay of insan and the transcendental divine will. So I hope that helps. Okay, now let's somebody said, did I miss a super chat? Sorry, just one moment. Adam, please do a hair tutorial. My hair probably takes, when I do this, probably takes about 30 seconds, honestly. Now that it's a bit longer, what I do is now I will kind of use a bit of a hairdryer. I never used to use that, but as it gets longer, because it just gets spiky, so I have to kind of just slightly, a few seconds, just with a comb, and then I just use a kind of like a matte. It's not. It's like, I guess it's like a clay that I'm using, but it has this matter, and I just use a bit and I just brush it to one side and just go like this, and I'm done. Like, I don't really. I'll do a video on it someday. Right. So, but shukran, much love for the super chat, Adam. Yeah, I know you're just mucking about, joking, but Arabian Princess, shukran, much love for the super chat. Have you ever read the Bible in full? And what are your thoughts on what does Islam say about the Bible? I haven't read the Bible in full, no. I've read from it, time to time. I've read discussions on it. Now and then, I'm not going to be, so well versed in maybe all the details of certain parts of the Bible and stuff, maybe stuff that I've just come across in my discussions. So I've ended up looking into it and I've read that. But when you say, what are my thoughts on the Bible? I think it's, I don't know what angle to even, because the Bible is very different to the Quran. The Bible was never a Quran. A Quran is something that is recited. It has a recital property to it. As something that has a rhythmic formation and structure. It was never that. The Bible is different. It's obviously a collection of books, 60 plus books, which people they admit is the effort of men. So it's not so it's fundamentally very different, ontologically speaking. There is a difference when we're looking at the being, the essence of the Bible. They're saying that, well, there was there was revelation, there was scripture, and then scripture was interpreted and documented by people and, you know, commentated on, and there's explanations, and then there's just stories, and there's all kinds of stuff. There's letter, the New Testament, there's going to be letters of the apostles, and there's going to be all this kind of stuff going on afterwards. So all of this put together is the Bible. What I would say is, look, okay, you put that whole discussion aside. It's because I know that the Bible has the stories in it. Some of the stories are like, okay, I don't know what to do with that. Obviously, you can only really look at them today in a metaphorical sense and understand them. They definitely can't apply to today's world and stuff. And some things are very strange, when you read the Bible. So certain things about the Bible, what the Israelites were doing, what the so there seems to be this understanding that maybe the Israelites were offering, there was the god Moloch, that they were offering child sacrifices to him. Maybe they were doing, I don't know. There's all kinds of things. Even when you see some of the stories of all the genocide and all of this in the Bible. Now that's going to all, in my understanding, be really just the interpretation of people. That people just interpreted it and put it that way. And they're not going to disagree really in that, because they themselves will accept that this was just people who wrote it this way. What I would say is, let's step away from all of this for a moment. It's not sometimes the detail, it's the symbol of a book that mobilized people. See, in the past, people, they became like they had a book. See, this concept is so empowering. This is why Allah says, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابِ. And it's not a physical book that the Muslims had in the early days, but we have a book. We have scripture. We are people of a book. There is something so powerful about that concept that it completely bypasses for a moment, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but it bypasses for a moment the intricate details within the book. But it's that these people have what they believe is a divine book behind them all. And that can move mountains. And as you can see, it mobilized nations. It set up civilizations. It did so much that the belief of the book as as a belief structure, just this, we have a book. عندنا الكتاب. We have the book, Kitab Allah. This is now the Quran, obviously. In the Bible, they did the same kind of thing, the book they had. So yeah, I don't know if that does justice to your question, but I hope it helps. What does Islam say about the Bible? You see, people are divided. Some people feel that Islam comes and negates the Bible. I'm not so sure it really does. I mean, it obviously negates certain things within the Bible, but the Bible never claims to be an infallible corpus of texts. So for example, if you say to a Christian, look, there's a contradiction in this and this, they'll just be like, okay, because they recognize, well, the book wasn't divinely like the text was written by people. So some people, so many Muslims, the Islamic view or the Muslim view is divided. Some people feel that the scriptures before the Quran are all corrupted. Other people feel that they're not necessarily corrupted. Sure, it doesn't mean every single thing in them is fine, but they don't make that claim anyway. But the essence of, so for example, when you say the 10 commandments were the 10 commandments to Moses, that they don't think that that was corrupted, or they, let's say they say that Jesus came to give the good news, this, this, the gospel, the good news. They accept that, and that maybe many of, so it's not, so some people feel it is, others feel that the general message isn't corrupted, but it's just that the people themselves, they didn't, that they were lacking, and they weren't actually where they need to be. That's what. Okay, I hope that helps. I guess this brings us to a bit of the discussion. Right, I see. Sir, was there another? I see Saracen. Much love, Yard, for the super chat. Somebody said, I see Saracen asking questions, sending money. Somebody said, I see Saracen sending money for questions I could answer, common questions. That's his love, Yard. He's expressing his love. See, you gotta, don't hate, appreciate. You can't be like hating on people. The question, however, is a very somber, unfortunate one about the whole. I don't know what it is with Americans, man. America is just a different place. Like, these mass shootings, they are, I would feel, a 21st century American phenomenon. It doesn't mean they haven't happened anywhere else, but as a phenomenon, like, I can't even understand them. That there's, like, why do they not just happen in other places? And you can't say, well, there's, why don't they happen like that in other parts of the world? What about in more destabilized societies? Why don't they happen like that? Why don't they happen in, they don't, like, whatever reason you give, you can find other countries like that in the world. You don't get people going around in China or in Japan or in, I don't know, people may say, well, what was it? The prime minister got shot, but that was not this, that was obviously a targeted killing. And that was obviously one killing after, so, Japan doesn't really have that kind of crime. But the point is that America just has this, there is, I don't know what it is, man. There is some strain of psychopathy that is somewhere. Why is it manifesting? Is it an interplay? Because sometimes certain genes, they they kind of play out in relation to the environment. Is this something societal? What is it? Like, why are these people like who the hell goes and just shoots random people? Who does crap like that? Who does that? Nobody. Like, how is this a phenomenon? Who goes into a school and shoots little children? I mean, that is, look, listen, we are hardwired, right? Hardwired, right? To, for in the fitrah that Allah has placed in us, and that science recognizes, for this love and affection to children. In fact, there's been quite a bit of research on it. It's known as the Kinchen effect. Yep, the Kinchen effect, and it's basically how our brains respond to children, and how the female and the male brain responds. And it's so amazing. If you see the studies on the Kinchen So I think they spell it Kind Chen like that. I'll just bring it up. Let's see. That's it. Yeah, the Kind Chen schema. So if you look it up and the research on it, um, right? Yep. So the whole thing. Um, let me just see. Yep. So right now, oh no, this didn't help. Yeah, but anyway, so this was basically it was some research that initially began this Kinchen schema, and it was to do with how we react to cuteness, and it was originally, I think, what was his name, Lorenz. He was I think he may have been a kind of Nazi or either a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer, but his study was later. He was doing it for the wrong reasons. He wasn't happy. He didn't like the fact that we have a soft spot for uh, children, and he was examining that part. But this study has later been extrapolated, and people have worked on it and done all kinds of. Now we're using non-invasive brain imaging and all this kind of stuff, we can see how rapidly the brain responds to cuteness. And children, like the fact that they have larger, bigger eyes, and this like a smaller round kind of face, this kind of, and this extends to other mammals, even puppies and kittens. And why do humans react? And they react, I'm telling you, the studies are mind blowing. We react in lightning speeds, less than a second. I think in one study they showed um, a seventh or a fourth of a second that the brain, that a region. What was the region? Actually, does he mention it in any of these? But there's a certain region that they isolate in the brain that responds with this immediately, way before. It's not about the visual cortex perceiving. So we are designed with this fitrah. And similarly, I tell you that we are so designed, an infant crying or even laughing, crying, the brain becomes so alert. In fact, this is a trick. If you need to be more alert, and they did studies on this where they got um, subjects and they made them listen to, let's say, 2 minutes or 3 minutes of just babies laughing, or maybe if some babies crying, or making some baby sound, but babble, baby babble. And then they made them perform a task with people who hadn't. They were almost like beyond probability more alert. The brain immediately becomes more alert as a survival feature. That if it hears a baby crying, even if you're not aware, but your brain has become more alert. So sometimes some people can do that as a hack. If you imagine, I need to be more focused, I could listen to maybe some baby babble or some baby kind of sounds on YouTube for, let's say, 2-3 minutes. You will actually your brain becomes more alert than you will just without that. So look, how do people do that? Look, they go in and they massacre children. Like, that isn't in the insania, in the history, without any, like, there's no, one may say, well, the kings of the past and Pharaoh said, I fear a child will be born that might, kill these children. And see, that's with a teleology. Obviously, it's tyranny, but with an illah, like they have a reason, even if it's horrific, but they have a reason to be monstrous. Not that it's justified, but I'm saying they to themselves it's justified. What are these people's reasons? They're depressed. What are you bloody depressed about? I'm depressed about life. Well, you haven't seen misery in life. Go. If these people went and spent, if there was a project to take people that are really depressed, for a few weeks, and if it was well integrated in poverty-stricken parts of the world and live amongst people, maybe do a little project there, their worldview would change. So, okay, I'm depressed, so I'm going to go shoot up a school. Like, what the hell is that about? You actually go, wow, bring innocent little children to their death because you're goddamn depressed. The hell is wrong with you? How are these people even made? How are they made? Like, I don't understand how society can be churning out people like that. And it seems to be, unfortunately, like an American problem. I don't know what on earth has created that. Like, why does it not happen in is it because just there ain't as many guns? But there's many guns in South America, there's many guns in Asia, there's many guns in, in other parts of the world. You don't hear, I don't, okay, people may say, I do follow certain kind of Spanish. I have my things just to help my Spanish sometimes. You don't hear of these. There are killings. I'm not saying that people aren't brutal, but this is without any teleology. Like, it's just, there's no goal onto it. Like, I'm just doing this because there's no goal. So you may say, well, in Latin America, it's out of control, certain parts with the cartels and these merciless killings, and they're doing it to spread fear for the drug cartels and certain people. And obviously that's vicious and horrific in itself. But this is just, I don't know what's happened, man. And I've got no idea how does somebody even start helping society? Like, imagine you were in charge of America. What could you even do to start changing society? I don't know. I don't even think there is an answer, because you've got to get into the grain of what's wrong in the minds of these people. Or honestly, I just make dua, may Allah, people that are suffering, these people, may they find healing before they commit any act of atrocity. I mean, I don't, seriously, it's tragic, man. I don't, to be honest, I don't even watch the news, because it's just so, these things just bring the tragic things here. Right. Did I miss a super chat? What was some of your comments on this? Lots of anger, Mufti Saab here. Yeah, man. I mean, it's people are angry. I watched this thing a few years ago. Yeah, you guys probably remember it. It was in America. There was some lunatic who was going on a killing spree whilst live streaming it on Facebook. And I don't know if you guys remember it. Do you remember? And he was just walking up to people. And I remember he just walked up. I'm still, when I think of it, I'm disturbed. He walked up to what seemed like some, this judgmental, maybe disheveled, maybe like a homeless person. There was some black guy. I mean, he himself was black as well, but he walks up to him at one point, and he says something, and the guy, like he says, sorry, what's like, I don't I don't know his words, but he responds like very humane, like he's as if he's trying to, oh, sorry, like, do you need help with something, or sorry, what's that you said? And he just shoots him dead, and he just goes and shoots another person, and just ran indiscriminate, nothing. I don't know that there's no, ya salam, ya salam. It's I think America, in many ways we are witnessing the dissolution of the great United States of America. Sure, maybe gun control would help, but I don't think it would resolve because it's a mental illness that needs to get resolved as well. But sure, I think gun control would definitely help. America is just crazy with its guns, man. Don't get me wrong. If I was in America, I would love to own a bunch of guns. It's going to sound hypocritical now. I guess, that the boy in you always loves things like guns. I would love to, go to these shooting ranges. I would love to, I see some of these guns on the thing. I think, oh my God, that looks epic. But you see, but then they're just so dangerous, obviously, by definition. But it's, for God's sake, there's this documentary of where a kid, he's not even of age, he goes and buys a gun. It's so easy. And he can't even buy alcohol that easily. And he just goes and buys a gun on his video. He's like secretly recording himself. And they don't even check for ID or anything. I mean, how do you sell guns and not sell bloody ibuprofen? Okay, maybe in America they sell ibuprofen, but you can't sell cigarettes to someone who's a kid, rightly so. But yeah, you can sell him a gun. Ya salam. Let's make dua, honestly. Sometimes all this talk, what it can do as well is it can, because it stirs the soul, it can bring out this kind of tension. And then what some people can do is they can start hating and thinking, oh, these people are all, America's a lost cause. All these people are, no, like, here's a plot. Here's like a mind twist. What does it hurt you to make dua for them? From a true heart. Some amazing people, man. They're leading, in many things, they're leading world exploration, leading, some of the greatest scientific, medical breakthroughs, all are coming from the United States. Some of the most amazing discoveries, some of the greatest thinkers, some of the philosophers, some of the musicians, the poets, the authors, the artists, the humanitarians. So many charitable humanitarian projects are led from the United States by people, by you, me, people living there. I'm not talking about NGOs. I mean, sorry, I'm not talking about government backed. So, there's amazing people. That's something that, look, let's make dua. May Allah make things easy. Ameen. Because right now, in many ways, that the world is following, I guess it isn't totally now American lead, but what happens, this echoes in the rest of the globe. So, sometimes you get people say, oh, may Allah destroy America. Why? Why? It's not from the Sunnah of the Prophet to make dua about people's destruction. See, even, it's interesting. People make dua out of like hatred. I'm not saying, you can make dua, I guess a person's oppressed by someone and they do it, but look at the Prophet's way. Even when Abu Jahl would oppress the Prophet and do all these things, and he chucked intestines on the Prophet once when he was praying, camel intestines, and doing all these things and abusing him and verbally abusing him and mocking and all this stuff. And the Prophet's him, and there was Umar ibn al-Khattab, who was also this adversary, and the Prophet says, Ya Allah, guide the Amrain. The two, he was Amr as well, but Umar ibn al-Khattab, or guide them, or at least guide one of them. Look, like imagine that somebody's hating on you and you're on your own when nobody's watching. You say, Ya Allah, bring about their wellness. That's like another level, another maqam of accomplishment, of actualization, of having reached something. Okay, guys, let's move on. I'll share the link. Oh, right. Before we all right, Claire, may Allah grant your son a swift and complete recovery. Ameen, ameen. Inshallah, may conclude successfully and with great results. Ameen. Right. So right. So right. I want to share some thoughts on the birth of orthodoxy and institutionalization, because we got discussing in our Patreon meetup. Oh, by the way, those of you that do want to sign up to that, just go to Patreon and it gives you different tiers and you can connect. I did make a post. In fact, I'll make a separate statement about this at the end, about people when they want to connect and they want, because it's difficult, on these other social media, you can't really give that time. So you have that option in Patreon. You can have one-to-one discussions. You can book yourself in. Okay, now look, on our Patreon meetup, we got chatting on the group meetup, and we were just talking, and we ended up speaking about these issues. And then one of them did say that, have you discussed this in your meeting with MALM? And I did say, look, you know what? I'll do it again, inshallah. I'm sure I have in the past, but I'll kind of expand on this slightly. So orthodoxy, that it's I think it's very interesting to kind of examine orthodoxy. So orthodoxy is, well, people would understand it as saying, well, it's the correct belief, but it's not just the correct belief. It's like saying the belief that has been deemed correct. Okay. Now, that's interesting because when you say, well, deemed correct, institutions come into play and power comes into play. So it's very fascinating. Like, this was the phenomenon we were discussing. When we look at Sunni Islam, we find that for the first almost 200 years, there clearly is the main body of Muslims, the main, what you call the Sawadul A'zam, the great, the main body of people who were main Muslims, but they didn't have a name. So this name, Ahl Sunnah, didn't exist for until over, decades over 200 years after the Prophet. So there was no name for the main body of Muslims. So if you said to someone, well, who are you? They would just say, we're Muslim. But there were many other sects that had emerged. So the Shia had emerged, the Khawarij had emerged, the Qadariya, the Jabariya, let's say the Rawafid, the different sects had emerged. So how did you identify as I'm from the main body of Muslims? So what you had was, there was an identitarian methodology that took place, and that was that by association. So, and one symbol of that was that you were engaged in the study of, and the study and the project of Hadith. So if you were engaged in the Hadith project as a muhaddith of Islam, you by default were at the center, because the Hadith represented the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And even though Hadith is not synonymous with Sunnah in especially in Maliki and Hanafi Islam, the majority of Sunni Islam, because they're the majority in numbers, but Hadith still is an attempt to capture the historical records of the Prophet. So if you're somebody engaged in that, you are in the center. This is one way of saying I'm. Obviously, the word Sunni didn't exist, but it's like saying I'm a proto-Sunni. I'm from the main body of Muslims. I'm not from a deviant sect. Okay. This is why, for example, Imam Abu Hanifa, rahimahullah, was one of the greatest scholars of Islam. He wasn't bulletproof. You see, because if you were involved in the Hadith project, that was one layer of armor against this being ostracized. So he wasn't, because he was not involved in the Hadith project, and hence he was a target, and hence he was cast aside from the main body of Muslims. According to certain scholars of the time, they considered him not They considered him a deviant because he wasn't from the Hadith project. So, because if you think of it, Imam Abu Hanifa, who was involved in reason and he used logic and reason, voice of reason to, and he and compassion as a key tool to instrumentalize the Sharia. His views, which are Imam Malik holds many similar, if not some more outstretched views. But why was Imam Malik never cast aside or ostracized? Because he was Amir al-Mu'mineen fil Hadith. He was not only well involved in the Hadith project, he was a don of the sciences of Hadith. So in many ways, he was then untouchable. So, okay, so you've got this. The other way that people had this understanding for at least the first 200 years of Islam was they identified the in-group by it's an apophatic. It's by an apophatic methodology. You know what? Let me bring this up. Right. So, yeah, apophatic. That's it. Yeah. So apophatic methodology. It's by what you negating by what you're not. So so the center is defined by the periphery. So the periphery, the edges define where the center is. So if you're standing at the edge, then and I'm not there, I know I'm not at the edge, and by contrast, I must be closer to the center. So, for example, we would say we are the main body of Muslims because we are not people who, let's say, the Shia who believe in imamship. We are not people who call Muslims non-Muslim by committing a major sin, the Khawarij. We are not people. So you're not saying what you are, you simply state what you are not. An apophatic methodology. So you just state the negative, and so you define the in-group by contrasting it to an out-group. You don't give a definition for the in-group. You just say we are not that group. So this is how, and that's a very interesting phenomenon, because the question is, well, why didn't somebody give a definition for the in-group? And they don't. So Imam Malik's Fatawa, look at his Mudawwana, he's answering over 30,000 masail. Abu Hanifa's Zahir al-Riwaya, 100,000 masail. But they never explain Aqidah, never. They never tell you what you need to believe. They do discuss Imam Malik says, he mentions Shia in his Mudawwana, he mentions Khawarijis, he mentions Qadaris, he mentions Mu'tazila, but he never tells you what you believe to be. There is no checklist to believe. There is only the in-group is identified in contrast to the out-group. So as long as you don't do these things, let's say you don't curse the companions, you don't do takfir of Muslims, then you're fine. You're within the main body of Muslims. Now that is vast, because it's still not, there's no inquisition into what you actually believe. And that is how the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ was. Because the Sunnah of the Prophet was not to go around and say, what do you believe about this? How do you believe this? Oh, you don't believe that? Chuck him out. What do you believe about this? It wasn't. It was, look, as long as you don't worship other idols, you don't do this, you don't do this, you believe in Allah, you accept the message. So when these few criteria they did have, but they didn't used to mention because it's so obvious, it's so commonplace that amantu billah, I believe in Allah, I believe in revelation, malaikati, kutubihi, wa rusulihi, and messengers, wal yawm al-akhir, I believe in a life after death, and I believe Allah is all powerful. That of course, that every child had, and that makes you a Muslim. So there was no definition there was no checklist. As long as you don't curse companions, as long as you don't curse the wives of the Prophet, as long as you don't do this, you're from the main body of Muslims. Now you may say, well, okay, but I understand this thing like this and this thing. Well, nobody is checking. Nobody's there to check that. This is your, and in this way, Iman is in its natural fitra state. So, and this is the lifetime of the Salaf. The Salaf are the Sahaba, the Tabi'in, Atba'u Tabi'in. That's it. In their lifetime, this is how Islam was. So in Imam Malik's lifetime, there was no such thing as to be a Sunni. You need this, apart from saying, I believe in Allah, in revelation, and the messengers and life after death. There was nothing like that. That they didn't even say because it was so obvious. Every Muslim accepted that. So that's just an obvious. So now what happens is after the 200s, decades into it, and it's disputable, where does it originate? In my research, I feel this originates, the birth of this is with the Khalqul Quran mas'ala, the creation of the Quran mas'ala. That is the premise and the pretext which gives rise to the opportunity to now structuralize and forge orthodoxy. That we can now, because this mas'ala of khalqul Quran is the first mas'ala in which scholars take a stance. I mean, and by the way, there was no precedence in this because it doesn't really make sense that there were precedents. I know people tried to say there was precedence. It's really all fabricated. That this was a new mas'ala. Nobody was discussing this mas'ala before. This is why they struggled with it, because if they didn't struggle, they would have just said, look, we're just following what everybody else believed. Why are you picking on us? The issue was there was no precedent in this mas'ala. So, people try to say Imam Malik said this, that, oh, the Quran isn't created. All these things aren't made up. They didn't even discuss this. This was not even a discussion. It's like saying, Isaac Newton was discussing quantum physics. Look, he's got a quote saying quantum physics. That they weren't. Or here, Albert Einstein is discussing the iPhone, and he's got, the iPhone 13, he's got a comment on it. That's fabricated. That didn't happen at that time. They weren't discussing these things. So with this debate, scholars took a stance. Now, that's a different debate in itself, and no point really getting into that debate. But the point was that the first discussion began because when the scholars said that, oh, the Quran is not created, the counter question was, well, okay, so is it God? And you see, they kind of found themselves between a rock and a hard place because, well, it's not. Well, it is God, like it's the speech of God. Saying, okay, well, is the speech of God God? And then this gets confusing because you're like, well, what do I say to that? And so they said, well, right. So they didn't know where to put it because if you say it's not God, then it's created. If you say it is God, but it's not him, then it's with him. Then you've got God and another piece of God thing that is with God. So you've got two gods. So this is philosophically, you're in a wrench. So to get round this, the ulama, they came up with, oh, well, it's an attribute of God. It's a sifa. This is the birth of sifat, by the way. So nobody prior to that had ever used these words in this sense. And I know some people try to justify it, but really it's, okay, you can try to justify it, but if you're going to call a spade and just be honest, you're going to know that the birth of this issue is with the Khalqul Quran. That they didn't know where to put this now. So they said, well, oh, this is, okay, let's call it an attribute of God. So theology starts to get formed. It is the birth of orthodoxy, that we, as the main body of Muslims, are people who believe, who affirm. Remember, first it was we negate. We don't curse the companions. We don't do this. We don't. Now it's we affirm, we believe. There's a checklist that the Quran is not created. If you tick this, you are now in, you are with the in group. So it became a to do, like there's a criteria, a checklist. So this is why you see, so for example, the greatest Sunni scholars, theologians like Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari, who's the father of Ahl Sunnah. I know people say Imam Ahmad is the father of Ahl Sunnah. That's a different discussion. But really, from what people, if they have any evidence to the contrary, but what I've come across in my readings is that the first person to use the word Ahl Sunnah was Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari. And this is way into the 200 Hijri, because Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari is originally from the Mu'tazila. He's not even from Sunni Islam originally. He is the nephew of Abu Ali al-Jabba'i, who is a major figure in the Mu'tazila legacy, great thinker of Mu'tazila, denomination, sect. Now, Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari breaks away from him, and he then starts to amend certain beliefs, because they have, remember, mainstream Muslims don't have a checklist of what makes you the in group. They just know we are not the out group. It starts in that century. Then people start adding to this list. Then, okay, we are people who affirm that the Quran is not created, tick. Then people add another thing. Okay, we are people who affirm this, another thing. Before the end of the century, you've got Abu Ja'far al-Tahawi, Imam Tahawi, the great Hanafi scholar. In his Aqidah Tahawiyah, you've got over 160, 164, 165 things on his checklist now. That if you don't even believe in one of these, you are out. See, first, you go back 100 years. If you don't curse the companions and you don't curse this, you are in. The periphery defines the center. That if you're not on the edge, you're in the center. And the center is fluid. There's an amorphosity. There is this kind of like, it's a flow structure. Okay, it's in free flow. But this is how Iman was taught by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It wasn't a checklist. It was just taught. And the living tradition was you just learn it. And so considering, look, people like Imam Malik, they writing at length, I mean, volumes, Mudawwanatul al-Kubra, 35,000, 36,000 masail. They're arguing about things like, if you use a nail in the wall of a neighbor, what do you do? What's the compensation for this? If you build a wall around here, if you tie your horse over there, if you bring 8 bags of wheat and do this, if you translate this into this. Why are they not mentioning Aqidah? What do you actually believe in to be a Muslim? They don't do it. And there is wisdom with the Salaf. There is wisdom. Now, you see, you fast forward 100 years and now you have a checklist. Now we can measure you against the list. If you don't meet up to one of these things, we will chuck you out. See, now that also, you see, the question is, if you go back 100 years, that had an amorphosity. It was amorphous. It was like, didn't have a set structure. It's like a floating cloud. Okay. Now you fast forward 100 years and people could argue, well, there's a crystallinity. Where you have a substance that's amorphous, and then the crystallinity of it, the crystalline structure, it's so, the carbons are so tightly packed together, they're all structured. So people may say, well, okay, there's this crystallinity to it now. But the thing is, there's also power. Because, you see, if I'm in the in group and I don't want you in the in group, then I add on another checklist, because now people are adding. Everybody, once you've started it's now people they can keep adding. Well, okay, to be a Sunni Muslim, you also need this now. Anybody who does or to be a Sunni Muslim, you can never do this now. So it's interesting now, and people keep adding. And the adding, maybe they're doing it genuinely. I'm not saying they're disingenuous, but what you can't take away is the human boundedness with power structures. That when insan is in a position of power and you are arguing against, there is always an element of, you see, you're what you're embedding in the structure. So for example, let's say, I'll give you an example. Well, okay, not to expand too much, but let's take a very brief look at the concept of ijma. Now, this is not to debate the issue of ijma, and that can be for another day, but let's say this is a tool that scholars have, that they say, well, this is the consensus, and consensus is it's a card that holds weight. Like, let's say, not to say it's a game, but let's say, if we're using that analogy, we can use this to show that, look, why are we doing this? Because we have ijma. Okay. But the question, when you look at Imam Shafi'i's time, when they're trying to discuss what are the tools to make Sharia, they say, well, okay, the tools to make Sharia have to be proven from the Quran and Sunnah. So basically, either the Quran teaches you or the Prophet taught you. But the Prophet never taught ijma, because that wouldn't make sense. So the Prophet never taught ijma. That's clear. So you could say, well, but the scholars, they deduce this, or sorry, they induced this principle by looking at different things. So they looked at things and they came out with this principle, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And okay, that's great. So the scholars came up with this for a preservation method. Sure. Now, did some scholars ever question this? Of course they did. Like Ibn Hazm, for example, questions it. Other people question it. What type of ijma? Who's ijma? Ijma of the Sahaba, ijma of Medina, ijma of the family of the Prophet, ijma of all Muslims, ijma of the ijma of the jinn, ijma of just, there's all kinds of, there may be absurd questions, but people say ijma of who? So, okay. Now, you see, so this is a tool that the scholars, by inductive reasoning, they kind of arrived at these. Now, you see, well, somebody may say, well, I don't know, I'm not so convinced. So this is now on the checklist. Okay, anybody who doesn't accept this is no longer part of the main body of Muslims. We just add it on. So it becomes like, well, okay, well, now I can't question that. It's a bit like the cancel culture, which is also about power. See, like, if you look at the mega wokeism today, and it's going mad. I just saw a clip today with some senator and some woman was discussing something, and they're discussing the term about, I think, pregnancy, and they say, and she's asking him that, oh, do you? And I think he's asking her something about, well, you're saying persons or people capable of pregnancy. And so he says, I thought this issue was a women's issue. Are we not discussing women's rights? And she says, well, it doesn't, it's not just to women. Obviously women get pregnant, some women don't get pregnant, some, let's say, trans people, some men, some non-binary, some pan-binary, whatever. She mentions all these things. So she says, well, all of these categories are capable of pregnancy. So she says, do you? So he says, I don't understand. Like, I thought. So she says, oh, don't you? Do you not believe that men can get pregnant? So he says, no. And so she says, oh, so you, by that very comment, are inciting violence against transsexual, you're transphobic, and violence against these people. And he says, well, where am I doing that? I'm just asking. He says, I just said, no, I didn't know that. And it's, and this is, so that's a whole different discussion. And what's actually really interesting on all of this stuff, on a side note, is people keep bringing, it's like Dave Chappelle said, people keep bringing up these things, and they bring up transphobic, but really the trans community themselves are usually not, that they're usually very fine and very understanding of this, and they're not the people causing this kind of commotion. They're not at all. In fact, Dave Chappelle on one of his things says, look, I get so many letters from the trans community saying, look, man, we've, I don't know who these people, but they're not speaking on behalf of us. So that's a different discussion in and of itself. But the point is, this cancel culture, it becomes another add-on thing because there's power involved. So, if you don't do that, you're automatically out of the in-group. So this is really fascinating, that how the birth of orthodoxy takes place. This is a very academic discussion. So it's very separate from a kind of confessional learning of Islam, and even very separate from a devotional attitude of practicing Islam. This is a very academic, ilmi pursuit, that how orthodoxy was born. And you can't always separate the power structures from, even if people, you see, because it's naive to assume that only people that are disingenuous act from power. That's incredibly, that's totally not true. Everybody acts from power, and it doesn't mean you're disingenuous. It just has to add an element of neutrality to it. That's all. So, and a good example is like this. Like, let's say, we wanted to, and this is going to go into another discussion. Let's say we wanted to discuss dispensations in Islam, like things that you're allowed to do. Let's say by default, let's say you had to do wudu, but you don't need to do wudu because you're ill, or so you can do tayammum, or there's something, you got an injury, or there's something. Now, you see, or it could be something else. Let's say you need to shorten the prayer, or there's something totally different. You needed to, whatever it was, whatever the thing, but you needed a rukhsa. Now, the question is, well, you see, language. When I say to you that, this is, like, that's an inconvenience to do. You see, language is loaded. So imagine I said, well, wudu must be done and cannot be substituted by tayammum simply by inconvenience. So this is a clear Hanafi style. I know the Malikis are much more relaxed on substituting wudu with tayammum, but let's say the Hanafis are very strict. So they say, well, wudu cannot be substituted by tayammum by simply inconvenience. So, you see, but the question here is that when you say inconvenience, you've already rigged the game, because inconvenience is already a subjective opinion. So now I say, well, what's an inconvenience? Okay, so there may be some very trivial things that maybe people agree on, but it's a subjective. So one person's inconvenience may be another person's nightmare. Maybe. Let's say a person has a cold. This is a nightmare. I'm not doing wudu. So, well, that's just a little inconvenience. As the other person, this is a catastrophe. I can't work. I can't do this. Or, you see, the moment we deploy words, we are agents of power. We select words, maybe subconsciously, but we embed power structures by the use of words. So when I say, so imagine I didn't say that now. Like, imagine the Malikiya were writing the same thing. So let's say the Hanafi was writing this, and they said, well, wudu cannot be substituted by tayammum because of simple inconveniences. Now, let's say i.e., a cold. Let's say the Malikis were writing that. We say, well, wudu can be substituted by tayammum due to hardships, i.e., a cold. The power of the word. See, you embed a power structure, the game is rigged. You see, because you already define the outcome. So this is the issue with, and you could do this genuinely. You could do this, mukhlisina lillahi din. You could be mukhlis, but you are embedding power elements in the equation the moment you speak, the moment you said something. So when people become the strength of having an orthodoxy was people were saying, well, we've got structure now. First we had this amorphosity, we don't know what did they believe. I don't know, what did the tabi'in exactly believe about certain things. We just don't know. They never spoke about it. Okay, that's all nebulous, and it's kind of free floating. Let's have some structure so we can tell our children exactly. You don't just say be part of the main body. We could tell them exactly. So this is the plus side, why people went for it. That we can be clear, we can have clarity. It's not just a free floating, it's a solid foundation now. Okay. And it is, let's be honest. It's much more clearer than trying to say, well, just believe. But then the problem, you see, well, okay, what is it that they believe? Because remember, this list hasn't been taught to you by Allah and His Messenger. It's been taught by men, righteous men, inshallah. But the thing is, they were still men, and they still spoke with a perspective that unquestionably was nested in an agency of control from where they stood. So if they were an Ash'ari, they were writing from an Ash'ari perspective. If they were Hanbali, they were writing from a Hanbali perspective. If they were the clergy and they don't want you to question certain things, they put that in there because sure, they may do it for a good reason, because we just don't want people arguing with us. It wastes our time. We're doing it to save valuable Muslim time. They may be very sincere, but you see, it becomes a power structure that's embedded. Now you see, you don't meet up to this list, there's an inquisition. You see, if you don't meet up, chuck them out. So it's really fascinating, just as an anthropological analysis of where all of this originates in our history. We have to kind of sift through it and filter through it and think, wow, okay, I wonder where this came from. Where did this originate? So in my research, a lot of it originates around the inquisition of the Mahna of the Quran, the creation of the Quran. Although I don't think people before that hadn't thought of it. I think it's very naive to assume that these scholars who were writing thousands and thousands of fatwa didn't think of, let's have a creed. I mean, that's like common sense 101. So why didn't they do it though? See, that's the question. That's the $1 million question. Why did they not do it? And there could be a PhD on that. There could be a PhD on all of these things that I've said, on the birth of orthodoxy, or whether it's going to be the definitions of orthodoxy and how that's played out in Islam, or whether it's going to be the first 200 years of Islam, why there was no crystalline orthodoxy, and why not? Because they must have had their reasons. And I'm not saying, and their reasons could have been ironically a lack of power to do it, you see. So wow, fascinating. So okay, let's go on, people. Let me share the link and let's get some chats, and what we'll do is then we can call this a wrap. Oh no, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Copied. Sometimes, when I start speaking, I get so carried away. Because I think to myself sometimes, what am I talking about? I think what are people making? How are they even making sense of what I'm on about? That's for another day, huh? For another day. So this was an interesting question. What's the point of having tawakkul if you have to wait an entire lifetime of it? Wow. It's not, you see, I think you're looking at it wrong. You're looking at it wrong. It's kind of like asking, what's it's kind of it's like a tautology in what it's asking. It's not really making much sense. As the poet said that وَشَبَّهَ الْمَاءَ بَعْدَ الْجُهْدِ بِالْمَاءِ. Says, after excessive effort, he eventually defined water as water. Kya baat hai, huh? Kya baat hai, yaar. So it's not, tawakkul. It's not that why you have to wait a lifetime. It's always with you. But sure, maybe it grows with you. It's like saying confidence. It's like saying an attitude, an outlook. It's like saying, what's the point of an outlook if it takes me a lifetime to get it? But maybe it doesn't take you a lifetime to get it. But it is growing with you. It is you. It is your outlook. So the more you nurture it, the more it will grow. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just, that الماء ماء والهواء هواء. Allah, Allah. I love that. There was a poet where he said, he had a poem where he was describing people, and he said, "Inna julusun wal." No, yeah. What was his poem, man? He says, "Yeah, what was it?" Now it's going to be on my mind. This is it. He says, كأننا والماء من حولنا قوم جلوس حولهم ماء. يا شاعري. Huh? He says, as though he says, we are, he says, we are in such a way, like we're sitting here in such a way with this water, like he had this stream that was going around them. He said, with this water going around us, he said, like a people who are sitting with water going around them. It's like a tautology. He didn't say anything. Like there's nothing. It's like khamkha. It's like kham. Oh, shall I tell you a proverb did I share this proverb with you guys that I learned the other day a few weeks ago? I mean, not the proverb. I learned the backstory to it. I couldn't stop laughing. It's an Urdu proverb of na teen mein na tera mein. Have you guys heard it? Did I share it last time? Well, let me see. No, I don't think I did. Let's go on then. I'll share the story. Yeah. So this is the backstory to this. So it's used in Urdu to say like khamkha, like something meaningless. It's neither here, neither. It's like irrelevant. And the literal translation is that not from 3 and not from 13. And you think, well, maybe this is to do with the numbers, 3 and 13, like basically not here, not there, like you're just irrelevant like that. So the backstory goes to this that there was a Sethi, a businessman. This is like obviously from Hindustan times, and Bechara was in low. He was in love, yeah. He was in love. He's in love with a tawaif, so a working woman, shall we say? In love with a prostitute. Okay, we just get down to it here. So, and she was known as in a known prostitute, but he was in love with her. And what does one have? How does one have a way with the heart, huh? Ultimately, it does its own thing. So he's in low, yeah, he's in low. So he says, Mera ishq, my love. So what he does is he buys her this expensive pearl necklace. And he says to his munshi, his kind of assistant, PA, he says, Yar, go give this to that, that woman. She's a prostitute. He says, go give it to her as a gift. He says, but you know what? Don't say my name. Say this is from Tumhara Sacha Ashik Joy. Your true lover. This is from him. Phir batana, then come and tell me. So guy says, okay. So he goes there and he goes to her and he says, I've got a surprise for you. This pearl necklace, hands her this, let's say this necklace. She's like, wow, oh my God. He says, yeah, tumhare sache aashik se. This your true lover has given this to you. So she's kind of at a loss for words. So she starts thinking. So she says out, verbally reads out 3 names. She says, this. And so the assistant goes, not them. So she immediately expands that list of 3 from her clientele to 13. And so the assistant shakes his head again. So he goes back to the Sirji. He says, Sirji, ab kham kha pareshan ho rahe the. You were just getting worried for no reason. Na to aap teen mein ho, na 13 mein. You were just getting distressed for no reason. You're neither from the 3 nor from the 13. Oh my God, I couldn't stop laughing, when I read that. I was like, oh my God, that's so hilarious. Right, we've got a bunch of people. Right, so okay, somebody guessed it, but that's hilarious. So, the tautology, something of no meaning. Right, so the Arabic poet says, وَشَبَّهَ الْمَاءَ بَعْدَ الْجُهْدِ بِالْمَاءِ, that after excessive effort, he eventually defined water as water. It's like a cha. Right, let's get some people on. Let's bring on. We've got quite a bunch of people. Everybody seems to be awake here at this godly hour. Let's see. We've got Mahmood Abdul Baqi. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you, Mufti?
All right. How are you keeping, man?
Good. Alhamdulillah.
I'm just checking. All right. So, people, I think if the volume shouldn't actually change or anything, but it's just I could hear a little echo. Yeah. So, how's it going, Mahmood? All right. Remind us again, what part of the States are you from?
Kentucky Fried Chicken. So.
Yeah, right. Allah. So, yep. Talk to us, man. Share with us your thoughts.
I was
What's
actually
occupying your
more
mind?
curious about your experience after 5MEO, like the integration part of it.
That's a lifetime unraveling in front of you.
Yeah.
Allah. Yeah, we'll do that a different day. We'll go into the whole unraveling, integrating that into your, not, I guess one way is to, or by that lens, then navigating life and the world. What I can say is everything, the world is, life is very different. It is different, unquestionably different. And a person truly also comes to understand just how, the message of insaniya ultimately, and by extension the faith, is really one of compassion and love, that you really come to understand that. Then it's not even, understanding is not a computation. Understanding, you see, people think understanding is information. It's not. We don't say computers understand. Computers can compute. They can, contain information. They can process information, but they don't understand, because understanding is a realization at a conscious level.
Right, it's not a
So
thought process.
no, it's a realization. I mean, I don't know if people are going to say, well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a thought process. It's a qualitative um phenomenon that happens. It's like that happens in consciousness about something. So all of a sudden you realize something. It's made real for you in that moment. And this is why we often have realizations of things that we in many ways knew before. It's not, there was no new information. It's not like we didn't know something, but all of a sudden, at a certain point in our life, it makes sense to us. And that's at an understanding level, it sinks. It kind of like almost becomes integrates and with with consciousness or with the soul. And yeah, and really a person does come to really learn about this whole thing of, about why it really is what drives us in this dunya, or it should drive us. Sorry, not what drives us, but what should drive us is compassion and love. I mean, so yeah, that's all I'll say on that for now.
It's
But yeah,
it's really funny how there are so many traps. Like I remember getting into spirituality and
hmm
developing a spiritual ego and not realizing it. And
oh
sort
right,
of
okay,
like think I was rationalizing everything in my head, but I wasn't understanding the point of
hmm
like, it's not you can't you're not able to grasp it because it's infinite.
hmm.
It's not something you can
It's
comprehend.
it's strange because you see, it's like this. Um, see, the moment you see, this is the problem with institutionalization. Even when done with a good intention, it's at the cost of the spirit of something or the soul of something. That, and it's the same way in a way when people try to, um, let's say, have maybe spirituality through a structure, which, sure, I mean, if it helps, alhamdulillah. But the problem sometimes is that what we have to be careful is it just the ego? Is this, and if it is, then that's just useless, man. The whole thing, if you're doing something ultimately because it's, this me, this, oh, I'm now a better person, or I'm the holier person,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I'm the more, I pray all this, you don't even pray this, I do so much tasbih in a day. That 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 these that Allah does not love, you know kulla muhtalin fakhar, the people like this, that are self-conceited. Allah
Yeah,
warns against that. Yeah.
it
But
it
it's, I say this, and we're all probably caught up in this web.
yeah.
And I just hope we're less caught up.
Mhm.
And we can incrementally, through time, be less and less caught up. That's all. Because I think ultimately, it's like that. Somebody asked today about the Bible. There's that quote from the Bible that vanity, vanity, all is vanity. It's um, that, because this is the world, isn't it? It's so easy to be just trapped in things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it took me a really long time, but I sort of finally realized that it's not about addition, it's about subtraction. It's about removing what has been built up in the conditioning, and after removing all of it, all there is what is.
Wow, man, that's very profound. Yeah, for for a young person, yeah, there's some real profound wisdom there. May Allah bless your wisdom, bless your journey. That's so true. Wow, it's not about addition; it's about subtraction. But subtraction is scary
Yeah.
because it's the whole thing is you don't want to give away anything. Right from the very essence that a baby is born, it's born clenching its fist. It doesn't want to give anything. This whole thing and the ultimate submission, I guess, at death is the palms are open, but that's uncontrollably. That's you don't have a choice in that. So it's, I guess, this subtraction. You're right, but I think it's difficult stuff, man. It's difficult. That's that, that's the plunge in itself. So yeah, but true, man. Somebody said subtract them Instagram models. Hurts, I know. I tell you something. Instagram, these things, we're all a part of this. It's so, it's even because even the people say models or the people on Instagram, if you reduce it further, it's all about wanting to be in the glance of the other. And because ultimately it does something to our consciousness. You see, when I'm now conscious, I'm aware. But then you're watching me. I become aware of your awareness of me. This is a meta awareness. So, this meta conscious state, it does something that is that consciousness. It's like a drug to it. It's like bloody cocaine to it. So, it when that goes away, you stop looking at me. It's like I want that again. So, people, this is ultimately what social media is. You see, how many views? Because when I'm being viewed, I'm in the glance of the other. And I guess this is the journey that you see when the Prophet ﷺ said that ultimate compassion, see, ihsan, this ultimate state of of being in a state uh whether a person wants to say of just goodness, ihsan, being in a state of it, that he said that an ta'budallaha ka'annaka tarahu fa in lam takun tarahu fa innahu yarak, that it's the realize that you reach a maqam that an ta'budullah, it is as though you can see God now, and if you don't, then the sublayer is that, well, you are aware that God sees me. And in a way, that too is in that divine glance that I'm, but it's a very benevolent one. It's not a harmful one. It's not a, and I guess this is the life, it's the journey trying to get to that, trying because this is too powerful, so powerful, this whole thing that just being devoured. And I've got I think we've cut out as a separate clip that the glance that devours. And speaking about this, but yeah, an interesting point on that is if a person says, well, how it's as though you see God, that just merging into that, the other hadith that says that I become the eyes by which my person sees. I become the ears by which he hears. I become the hand by which he or she grasps, and the feet by which they move. And the question is, well, in that hadith, well, how does God become these things? And the first part of the hadith is about this. It's about giving, whether it's your time visiting the sick, whether it's about bringing a smile, whether it's about giving something, a little something. But it's
Huh.
all about, in a way, there's a subtraction, isn't there? That
Yeah.
you're subtracting from your time, from your energy to smile at someone, but what you're actually doing is gaining, because Allah becomes, metaphorically in this hadith, becomes the person doing these things as a metaphor, of course. But yeah, man, wow, that's profound stuff. Yeah, you know what? Wow, if I at your age had the ability to think like that, where would I be today? Allah.
Yeah, I may have taken psychedelics a little too early, but
Allah,
but
Allah.
yeah,
Medicine. It's medicine.
yes, yeah.
Mm.
I had also thought about before you come out of the womb, you don't even have a name, or when you come out of the womb, you don't have a name. You're just a body, or you're just not even that, because you're just awareness. That's all you are, because you don't even what you're looking at. You don't even know what it is. It's just
Just
all.
a
The only thing there
fetus kind
is
of
just
in the womb.
awareness. No, I mean out of the womb. Like before you've been given a
I
name. Like
think there's a
Mahmood is just a collection
jinn
of thoughts.
incorporated as a cat in the background. Okay. A jinn has emerged as a cat.
I don't even have a cat.
Oh,
No, I'm
whoa.
just kidding.
You're like, what cat? I don't have cats. I'm allergic to cats. Like, whoa. But yeah, that's, I tell you another a point on that. You said when you're born, you don't have a name. It's interesting when a person dies, they don't call them by their name. They say the body. And like even in Arabic, they'll say the nash, they'll say they won't say. So, for example, let's say this person Abdullah has died. They won't say where is Abdullah. They'll say like where's the body.
Right. Right.
They don't.
Exactly.
It's because it's that person. This is no longer that person. This is that's wow. That's a bit somber. So not to make the mood somber, but it's whoa. Okay, Mahmood Abdul Baqi. What a name, yar Baqi, forever remaining. Huh? This is from fana to baqa, to just pure being and existence, eternal. Allah, Allah. Right. Okay. Well, it's been epic having you on, sharing these thoughts. Very profound.
I
Shukran
enjoy
for sharing
talking to
them,
you.
Mahmood.
Shukran.
Do take care and we'll catch up soon. Much
Assalamu
love.
alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Mahmood Abdul Baqi. As you can see, a young soul, so profoundly, excelling in his journey of consciousness. Wow. Wow. We've got some. Who have we got here? I can't see a camera. There's a Taha. Taha. We did today Surah Taha, but can't see. Okay, I can see the camera. Okay, one more. Taha Ali. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Sheikh. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Alhamdulillah. Where are you joining us from, Taha?
Toronto, Canada.
Wow, Toronto, Canada. All
Yep.
right. All right.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
Look, from country to country. Allahu
exactly.
Akbar.
Yeah. No,
That too.
yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was about to say that too, from the confines of your car, of your vehicle at this godly hour. What
I'm
takes
gonna
you on these midnight
journey.
excursions? May we ask?
It's a vacation from the children. That's what it is.
Allah, Allah. See,
Yeah.
I was about to say that this may there's a few things that has a man, on a quest at those godly hours of night.
Well, yeah. I mean, we all need our man cave, right? And if
Right,
it's
Allah,
on wheels,
Allah,
then it's even
Allah.
better.
Yeah, so right, so yeah, Taha, talk to us. What's some
So I was
food
gonna say,
for
actually, the
yeah.
way I got into your videos, I don't know how long ago, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, was through the poetry of Jaun Elia.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
We
and
should
so
share the poem today of Jaun Elia.
yeah, I tuned in a little bit late, but I'll catch it on the when it's
Yeah.
uploaded. But Jaun Elia was actually a very good friend of my grandfather.
Oh, whoa, no
Yeah.
way.
So my
Of your
grandfather,
grandfather.
his pen name was Gorakhpuri, Hazrat Gorakhpuri.
What? Not
Asghar
Firak
was,
Gorakhpuri.
no, Asghar, not Firak.
I was about to say, whoa, are you the grandson of Firak Gorakhpuri? Okay.
No.
Okay. Asghar
Asghar, yeah,
Gorakhpuri.
during his time, he was locally famous for his poems.
Wow.
And I remember my mom actually shared a story once where Jaun Elia came over to visit at their home. So he knocked on the door, and my grandfather told my mom, tell him I'm not home right now. Tell him like, I'm out somewhere or whatever. So she answered the door and she said, yeah, he's not here right now. Like he's out. So he just went across the street and he just sat there for a little while. And then after a little while, my grandfather looked out the window, saw he's still there. So he goes to my mom and he says, tell him to come back, right? Tell him to come inside. So my mom goes to him and she says, uncle, like, why are you still waiting out here? She still refers to Jaun Elia as uncle. Like she cannot call him by his real name. She'll just say like Uncle John or Uncle Saab or whoever. So she's like, why are you still waiting here? He's like, I knew he was home. बस उनकी तबीयत में अभी था नहीं मुझसे मिलने के लिए तो इंतजार कर लिया जब तक तबीयत में आ गई. So that's just a little story from
no,
Jaun Elia's.
I appreciate that, man. I'm such a fan of Jaun Elia, Elia Sahib. May Allah bless his afterlife. I feel that sometimes to produce that kind of poetry, that there's a huge kind of torment that soul has been through. You could tell, you watch him on YouTube, you could tell he's a troubled soul. And people that are troubled souls, what they do is they become they become like a candle that is set aflame. They burn in their agony whilst they give light to others around them. And people find solace and comfort in his words, and they find wisdom and profundity. And he had to, I guess, kind of sizzle and, just agonize his way through them because, it's, but he's a great, he's just a great person.
Yeah, my grandmother was actually inspired a lot by that agony as well. My grandfather died when my uncle, so they were a total of 4 brothers and sisters, and he died when my youngest uncle was still just like 5 or 6 years old. He died of a heart attack. So my grandmother would actually, she would, she would, teach, like tutor in English by like for money. She did other things for money, and she writes a lot of poetry now as well. And whenever we hear her poem, it just brings this somberness to the crowd. And I don't remember the Urdu lines of what she would say, but a lot
this
of
is
it
your
would be,
grandmother.
yes, yeah. And a lot of her poetry, even till today, is similar to that nature, right? Where she'll say, I'm like a tree that I gave shade to others while taking the rain on myself, and that kind of things. Because she had 4 children to look after. And
Allah bless them. I mean, people, they oversee the struggle of, this is in some ways it's a plot twist. The struggle of the mundane, what is deemed to be the mundane, the struggle of the everyday, the catastrophic struggle of the non-struggle that people, because people don't say, oh, parenting, oh, like having children, because everybody has, more or less, let's say it's people having children is not something like wow. So child rearing, but the struggles, the hardships that life then, navigating through life with those kids, it's not, may Allah bless everyone who really, every parent, I mean, and people, and parents who struggle, may Allah, may Allah kind of grant them the ability to overcome their challenges and to kind of heal, because people, it's interesting, I said to someone the other day, a mate of mine, we were chatting, and I said, when you think of it, like take children now, I said, imagine you take out all the emotionality related to having children and you stretch it out. And there's going to be all kinds of elements. There's going to be joy and, love, and there's going to be all kinds of things. I said, really, when you think of your life, I said, because there's going to be this cuteness phase and all of this. And then this is probably what, just whilst they're young, and then they go through their teenage angst and they probably hate you. And then, the only time well into adulthood when maybe they're late 20s, maybe 30s, they start maturing and then they actually appreciate you, but then you're kind of way too old or probably dead. And I said, well, you know, like you put all of this out in front of you, and you put the love and the joy and there. And I said, and most of the emotionality with having children is really under just like anxiousness and anxiety, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like there's just an anxiousness always. Oh, I hope they don't get ill. Oh, I hope they haven't hurt themselves. Oh, I hope they haven't done this. Oh, are they okay? Are they done? You know, it's like a constant on edge. You know, may Allah bless. Seriously, I guess, you know, our own parents and every parent out there, because, you know, and then people, I guess there's no right way to, there's no book. I mean, people, I guess today there's tons of books, but there weren't books for people really on doing this. So people say, well, you know, my parents they were cruel, they were this, they were that, and, you know, they did a bad, you know, bad parenting. And we have to really just let go. And, you know, it was what it was. You know, it's everybody just kind of fought their, you know, it's like you're on stage, go, and they just had to firefight, and then you're off, next person. And yes, because it's when you think of it, all the anxiety and the anxiousness, you think, how the hell do people cope? And you think in the past, when people were having so many children that kept dying.
Yeah.
How was that happening? I mean, not how was it happening, but how were they coping?
Yeah.
It's, ya salam, you know, may Allah.
And I don't think you realize the that anxiety and that anxiousness until you've had your own kids, right? It's, you know, it's what they say, like, heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? Anyone else can stand on the sidelines and say, oh, I would have done this XYZ way. But when you have your own kids and you're going through that, and then you realize that, you know, it's not easy and there's never a right answer. And I see it with my parents as well now, that once I've had my kids and, you know, now they're like their grandchildren, they still have that anxiousness. You know, they're still worried when they're sick. They're still, you know, worried if they're doing well or if they hurt themselves or whatever. So it doesn't actually go away. It just kind of transfers from one to the other. And my grandmother, mashallah, like, you know, may Allah bless her life, she's lived long enough now to see her great grandchildren. So she has in total, if I'm counting right, 15 great grandchildren that she's seen.
Yeah, I see.
So
I was just bringing up sorry, there was a chat thing stuck there. I was just bringing that up. Yeah, I mean, it's so, may Allah bless, seriously. These things really, you know what, I got to do a theme of one of the whole show just on parenthood and the relationship, because I also appreciate that many people are kind of battling with the wounds of the parent-child dynamic and relationship they faced as a child. So, you know, many people are growing up and they've got insecurities, they've got trauma, they've got complexes, they've got nightmares, they've got all kinds of stuff because of the parent-child dynamic, and they don't know then how do we navigate through that then. And so I think there's all kinds of discussions to be had. So let's have that, inshallah, one of the days. But shukran for sharing that with us about Jaun Elia, an absolute legend who lived in, you know, I'm sure his life was, you know, speaking, he has this poem where he says, Jo guzari na ja saki humse, humne wo zindagi guzari. Allah. He says, such a life that would have been impossible to live. That is the life that we lived. And it's, you know, Jo guzari na ja saki humse, humne wo zindagi guzari. And but shukran, I really appreciate that.
I had one question before I let you go. So through my life and kind of my own journey, alhamdulillah, Allah has blessed me with the ability to seek knowledge in different ways. So finished my hifd at sort of a later stage in life. Maybe I was 17 or 18 when I completed my memorization of the Quran, you know, studied locally. And today, you know, by the grace of Allah, along with my regular work and whatever I do in my like as a career, I have the opportunity to give the khutbah on Fridays whenever I'm not working. And one of the things that I struggle with is speaking to the general masses and the general public in a short 15, maybe 20-minute segment, right? And how do you target something? How do you bring a topic up that would benefit enough people that it benefits everyone there? And
this is not the sermon. This is just a speech that you're going to give that's engaging them, like for 15 minutes or so
yes,
before.
exactly.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. So what would your thoughts on that be? Because I remember when I first started, I was quite young still. I was maybe 20, 21 years old, and my focus was always, address the youth, right? Youth problems that are going on, whether it's drugs or violence or whatever it might be of youth-related issues. But I mean, obviously here in Canada, we have a very aging population, just like anywhere else. So as I look out, there's
do you call them Asian?
No, aging.
Oh, I thought you said we have an Asian
We
population.
have an Asian population as well. There's a lot of South
Asians. Whoa, I didn't realize, because I thought that's just a UK thing. We call South Asians here. Obviously, in America they call more kind of Chinese, Far Eastern Asian.
That's referred to as Asian.
So,
yeah. No, an aging population.
Asian. Yeah.
And
aging
so
population. Okay.
I often struggle with bringing about something to speak of that would impact people and not just be your typical, be a good person and pray your salah and do all these kinds of, stuff that people would often tune out because they'd hear it and say, oh, I've heard this 100 times before, but isn't so complex that in 20 minutes I'm not able to actually say anything.
What I would say is, I mean, this is how I would do it. I don't know, it's obviously, so I guess some suggestions is, during the week, if there was a certain theme that I came across, like maybe something's happening and I think, well, you know what, I want to talk about this week. I would just make a note, just say, for example, like let's say there was something, let's say there was some kind of massacre and you want to speak about, what's going on, so you just made a note, look, I'm going to speak about this. And then fine, during that week, maybe you might think to yourself, like maybe, when you're just thinking and you might be thinking about the topic, but to yourself, you're just thinking, you're thinking, well, this and oh yeah, and what else? Maybe you look up some verses, maybe you look up some hadith kind of narrative on it, and you just discuss it. And you just, when it comes, I would just talk. At most, if you have stage fright or some element, then I would just make bullet points. Like, let's say I'm going to make 4 bullet points and I'm going to talk about these 4 things. I wouldn't write out what I'm going to talk. I would just list the things. Now, I would just do that. Yeah. Equally, during the week, it doesn't have to be reactionary to something. It could just be spontaneous, organic. Like maybe you're thinking, like what is the role of older people in our society? That could be a discussion, because I actually feel that we, in the Western society, Western world, there is a void. There is a void for the elder person, because the elder person in Western society becomes defunct and just becomes irrelevant, immaterial to the discourse. They're just old, grumpy, put them aside. Like, sure, they live there, but they don't have any considerable input. But that's so unfortunate, because these people have spent an entire life amassing an experience, a story. You see, in certain cultures, and this is how it should be, that when a person has reached that stage, they have a sense of wisdom or experience or even a story to share. And this is something people can tap into. I tell you where we're seeing this now slightly. We're seeing this now in some way with the phenomenon of things like Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
You see, the phenomenon of Mike Tyson is he's emerging as a kind of, I don't know whether he is a granddad, but he's emerging as this old, wise person who people now want to listen to because he's old and has experience of life.
Yeah.
There is a void, for this placeholder in the West. And I think that could be a topic in itself. But I think, sure, I mean, you can think of certain ththings of saying, look, I'm making them, they don't have to be reactionary. You can kind of set them out. I mean, they could just be religious themes as well, but they don't have to. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're always going to have a religious nature to it.
Mhm.
But yeah, so yeah, man, I don't know if that's of much help at this
No,
hour, but yeah.
it definitely is. I mean, I do find that when I do prepare my sermon or speech or whatever you want to call it, it falls in line with that, where I can't write something out word for word,
Yeah,
because
no, that's the best way. I would
once you
just
start talking, it just kind of flows, and then you look at the time and say, oh,
yeah,
like
and just let it
people are gonna.
let it go like that. That is the best way.
Mhm.
Cool. Well, Taha, much love. I've got a few
Oh yeah,
people waiting. I'm trying to
barakallah
bring
khair,
them on. So take care. Do drop me an Instagram message and I'll
for
look
sure.
out for your page as well. Okay, take care. People, that was Taha from Toronto, Canada. All right. There was somebody mentioned a super chat. Let me just, I missed one. They said, right, they see edits. All right, much love for the super chat. Thoughts on simulation theory. So yeah, I feel that, sure. I mean, in many ways, is this world not a kind of simulation? I feel in some way it is. I do feel in some way, but it's different because the simulation is very real. It's not. See, people say, well, if it's a simulation, then why can't I just put my hands through the wall? It doesn't work like that. Yeah. See, how do the dimensions work and what do they, are we not like in a kind of computer game, if you like, but it's been created ultimately by Allah. But it's like, again, Allah says, "Ya'lamu annama al-hayatu dunya la'ib." Know that this life of this world is but a game. Allah. And one way is, well, it's a game within, but what if it's a game without as well? You see, so simulation, and that's the way. It's not obviously conclusive, but the mathematics points in that direction. That, because look, play it backwards. This is what you do: is you'd say, well, okay, this is ab- um so let's say by reasoning, what you do is you would say, okay, let's say this was a simulation. If it was, what do you think we would find in it to be a simulation? So you play it backwards. And I don't just mean like how we would find, but they would look out for mathematical coding. And then they've looked into astrophysics and seen all those mathematical kind of correlations to what the postulate states. So, so it's interesting. Then there's a bunch of lectures on YouTube on that. You should watch them. I do find it. I think, I can't say it is, but I feel that it's more towards it being a kind of simulation in that sense, and that would make sense as well with no aliens. You see, it would kind of make sense. Yeah. Once I was in this state of consciousness where I experienced all how different dimensions coalesce. It's really strange, but I don't know, I guess in the moment it made sense because you have these 10 different dimensions, or whether it's 11 according to certain theories. And how do they work? How is one dimension within the other? And so in that in that experience of trying to understand dimensions, and in that level of consciousness where I experienced that it's not how we think. It's like I saw them as different dimensions. It's not how we think within. It wasn't like that. And I saw that sounds really strange, that it's connected by the eyes, and it's like an inverted, like, what if, you see, like we're here and this is all hollow, but what if this is inverted and it's within, and through the eyes everything is connected with reality, and it's kind of almost stitched. And it sounds absurd, but it's like saying, imagine there was an inverted balloon, like it's like, let's say an inflatable, you've got an inflatable, not just an object but a series of objects that are connected, and they're inflatable. But they're inflatable in this way, that the things are inflatable and then there's gaps behind them. But what if it was inverted? And it's actually the gaps between them that are inflated, so as to give the perception that they are inflated. It's interesting. Sometimes यूं ही कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है. Allah, Allah. Right, so let's see. Oh, Arabian Princess. الإيمان شيء شخصي وفردي ولكن أكيد من يحب الحق ويبحث عنه من كل قلبه سيجده أو من كل قلبه سيجده. Okay. طبعا دون أدنى شك. You know, that Iman is an individual thing. Okay, it's something, but anybody that seeks the truth, okay, as the Arabian Princess has said, وَيَبْحَثُ عَنْهُ مِنْ كُلِّ قَلْبِهِ, you know, or بِقَلْبٍ صَادِق, or as Allah says, مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. You see, to arrive to the truth, to Allah, it is only بِقَلْبٍ salim. It is with an untainted heart. And then and in the other verse that, you know, sanurihum, that we will show them our signs fil afaqi wa fi anfusihim, and in themselves, in everything, from the cosmos to the quantum, the signs. Hatta yatabayyana lahum annahu al-haq. See, and one way is that until it manifests to them that this is the truth, or the other way, till it manifests to them that He, Allah, is the truth. Annahu al-haq. Allah. You see, the heart gravitates. It has this yearning like a moth to a flame. But it's just the world, it's distractions, it's people having distorted things, make you, turn you away from the light. They make you dislike something. They make you sometimes hate something, but it's not really, it's not the. But shukran, and waffaqakillah, may Allah, bless you and bless your journey as well. Ameen. And we're all on a journey, and dumti bi afia, inshallah. Right, so right, okay, let me bring on where are we at? Okay, we've got, actually, you know what? I need to right. Right, I was going to say, well, you know what? I'm going to bring I can't really put anything up. People, you could take a look at the verse whilst I put it up. Give me 2-3 minutes. I'm going to quickly do my subah. Right. This time just coalesces again always. I'm moving this from All right, hello. I take it this is working, right? Why is this automatically reducing my volume? Right, let's bring some people on. We'll try to, right, we've got Perfect Dawah. All right, Assalamu alaikum, Perfect Dawah.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, Mufti. How are you, inshallah?
Alaikum assalam. I'm good. Where are you joining us from, Perfect Dawah?
I'm
And what's your
joining you.
name?
Yeah, I'm joining you from Sweden, and yeah, it's very, very early here, and I wanted to talk to you very much for a very long time, but because unfortunately the timing is quite bad, you know, it's like 6 o'clock
Oh,
in the
this
morning.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, finally I could talk to you. I talked to you actually a long time ago once about shaitan, if you remember.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah. And
Right.
unfortunately,
I remember now. Yes.
I saw in the you know comment section some people were somehow mocking and so on. It was I would like to say that I have seen many YouTubers, they try to bring non-Muslim to Islam, and unfortunately I've been trying to tell them that we have a lot of problem and misunderstanding in Islam, and
Yeah.
and I have heard even scholars say that 24% of young Muslims, they living Islam. So I've been trying to tell them instead,
24%.
24%. There was a scholar who
Rather
was
precise number.
what he said. Yeah, he was saying, and for example, this scholar, what is it, Dr. Philippe? Yeah, he was saying that it's an avalanche. It's going to be a great avalanche. And so I always on my channel, I always just have my streams about Islam, and I
Sure.
don't attack other religions.
That's
And
good. Wow.
some people say why we don't talk about Christianity. I say no. First, we have to learn our own religion before we, try to convert other people to Islam.
Sure.
So many people, don't understand Islam, and there are so many misunderstandings in Islam. And anyway, I wanted to, yes, thank you. I wanted to see if once is possible, because this is a very deep subject and very, very. It might
What is
take
possible? Sorry.
Possible to have a longer conversation about this, the source of all our problems, which is shaitan. Okay, and
Shaitan.
yes, and I believe that
I remember
most people have misunderstood it. For example, when you say that Islam is this, the solution to all problems. Actually, I converted myself to Islam because I found Islam the solution to all our problems.
Allah bless your journey.
Yeah,
Ameen.
thank you. And then,
sure. I
yes,
mean, what I would say is that,
yeah.
sure, look, sure, I mean, drop me a message on Instagram, and sure, we'll kind of pick it up from there and see where it's going. But I think what I want to say is that, yeah, because I remember speaking to you briefly, maybe about half a year ago or something, or about 8 months ago or something, and I would say, look, you said, look, you've got a channel. You said you're spreading love. You're spreading, positivity. You're not attacking people. You're just, speaking the glory of just the glory of God, the glory of being, the glory of everything. And yeah, so look, keep, doing positive stuff. Keep being a benchmark for humanity. And yeah, keep doing that, man. May Allah bless your journey. And yeah, and don't worry about what people say. You just stay, just keep your eyes on the goodness, inshallah. So cool. And what we'll do is we'll also kind of touch base on Instagram, and we'll kind of take it from there.
I sent you a message on Instagram, but anyway, it might be quite difficult for you to read all messages. But so I want to, maybe, if it's possible, quick say something about this subject, that when the source of all our problems is shaitan, okay, and we don't know very well who the real shaitan is, okay, so it is quite difficult to fight the problems we are facing when we don't know who the source is really, because I say that
Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent. Okay.
I say.
But we're going to have to keep it a bit brief. Just I've got a few people waiting. So, okay. So would that be the message, or would you add to that? So, because the source of all suffering and all evil and all harm is the shaitan.
Yes, and we have to know: is it possible to get rid of this shaitan or not? Okay, this is the thing that I say it is possible. Okay, and Islam came to get rid of the source. Okay, Islam didn't come to solve few problems. Okay, this problem, that problem, and by giving orders, don't do this, don't do that, you cannot solve the problems. Okay, so because for example, everybody know killing is bad, everybody know selling drugs is bad, everybody know prostitution is bad, but unfortunately there is a force that force people and guide people also to do bad deeds. So if Islam really want to get rid of the problems, okay, has to get rid of the source of the problems. For example, if we say that somebody has cancer, okay, and
you have to obviously treat the actual cancer. So just keeping it very brief, because we've got to wrap this up, but just for the viewers, what that shaitan, in a sentence, when you're saying the source of the actual cancer and needs chemotherapy, so the actual shaitan forcing all the killing and
everything.
What is that, the shaitan? It is the shaitan, as in Iblis, you mean?
Yeah, but the thing is that's the thing is that I give you a very good example, okay, because we know the source of all bad deeds is shaitan. Shaitan fool people to do bad deeds. So I give you a good example to find it very, very fast, Mufti. Imagine that you have a grocery, Mufti, and I don't have money. Okay, just imagine, and I don't have money. I want to buy food for my family. I come and steal from your store, okay, your grocery, some food, and go. So shaitan fooled me to steal some food from your grocery. But imagine that you live in a world where money doesn't exist. We share everything with each other, with love, and everything is fi sabilillah, okay? I come to the store, you are there, it's not yours, everything belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we just use them.
So like a communal state, like everything belongs to everyone.
Exactly. And I take everything.
Like a communism kind of thing?
No, let me explain for you.
No, I'm just asking. Okay.
And I come and take everything I need and say, God bless you, Mufti, thank you very much, and I go. Was there any shaitan there that fooled me? No. The first picture, there was a shaitan. Why? Because there was money, okay, and I should buy things, and I didn't have money. Another thing is that this money encouraged people to do bad deeds. Like, for example, farmers of Afghanistan, they produce 90% of the world opium because it gives them more.
I think all of that, to be honest, that's absolutely, nobody, I think, would disagree with you on the fact that, look, obviously poverty, causes people to do stuff. And but yeah, shukran. I dearly do appreciate your time and your words, brother. And sure, man, keep spreading the positivity. And we'll speak soon, inshallah. Much love. I've got a few other people. I'll try to bring them on because it's gone over 3.5 hours already. So, okay, brother.
Is it possible to invite you to my channel to talk a little bit more about these, brother? Because
about these things on your channel. Okay. Would you really want? Because what would I contribute to the discourse on? I don't know if I would really contribute. I don't know how meaningfully I would contribute. Put it like that. I mean, I could contribute to anything.
I ask you because you are quite more, intelligent and open-minded. Okay. And more rational for me than others. Unfortunately, they are quite closed. They don't want to talk about anything, unfortunately. So that's why I was thinking maybe you are much better to talk.
Sure. I mean, let's see how it goes. But I appreciate. Let's see, inshallah, how it goes. Okay.
Even if
Cool.
it's possible on your channel, but a little bit longer time that we talk
Yeah,
about,
to kind of talk about these things. So what I would say is let's put it out there and play it by ear, inshallah. Right. Till then, Perfect Dawah. Take care of yourself. Much love. Assalamu alaikum, people. That was Perfect Dawah from Sweden. An interesting discussion, as you can see. We have actually had a discussion before. He has come on, and that was quite interesting as well. It was all about the shaitan, and I did remember during this discussion. Oh, I remember that discussion. Yeah, it would be interesting, I guess, one of the days. We've got Sheikh Ghauri. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Musab?
Ghauri aaya, Ghauri. How are you keeping, yaar? How are things?
Alhamdulillah. It's 6 in the morning over here. So you
Allahu Akbar. Yeah, it's going fast.
keeping people up, huh?
This godly hour. Why not? Why not? Huh? So,
how you been? You good?
I've been good, lillahi alhamd. Allah be
You
praised.
had, mashallah, a lot of people today in your
They're
talk.
coming on live. Yeah, I've got a few people still waiting here, actually. I've got a few.
I actually thought I'm the only one. Maybe
there's,
three other
I can
people.
see here there's at least 3 others waiting here.
Yeah, mashallah.
And
So, I'm not going to take much of your time. Most, I just come on to see you and say
यार
salam
क्या
alaikum.
बात है, हाँ? क्या
Yeah.
बात है, क्या बात है।
Anyway,
हमारी बेखुदी का हाल वो पूछें तो एक कासिद, ये कहना होश इतना है कि तुमको याद करते हैं।
Subhanallah.
Right, that's the, this is it, that बस आपका दीदार हो जाए, दर्शन हो जाए, and the rest is all good. The rest,
I like the new
rest.
stuff, by the way.
Oh, shukran, much love.
You're shifting into that Ghamdi zone, mashallah.
Am I? Okay, I don't know, but sure. I mean, why not? He's an amazing. That would be such a thing to try to occupy, that, or to even move into. But yeah, let's try.
The next one is, mashallah, it's getting more like toned down and mashallah very different. But I like the new avatar as well.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what it is? It's not. It's the outward is simply a manifestation of the inward journey.
Of course.
And it's that I would say that, there's just been in the last, especially the last maybe 8-10 months or 8 months at least, if not the last year, but especially like maybe the better part of a year, put it like that. I've just been on this kind of journey of consciousness, and just really it's been very, I felt if I could say, like, I felt for once a connection or with the soul. And I don't think I really felt these things before in the same way. Like, maybe I experienced similar-ish things due to other experiences emotionally, but putting emotionality aside, I find myself at a very different, honestly, it's just, I don't know, I'm not trying to put words at it or even trying to describe it. It's just a journey, but I find myself on a path. I find myself walking, and it's just a step at a time, and the path is unfolding as it is. I don't know. It's not, I don't have a kind of like a certain plan or a certain thing about this. It's just, I'm very curiously walking the path. And and it's very, very enriching, very nourishing. It's very meaningful for my life. I find, so this is where I'm, and so with it, there's a certain temperament changes, and the way you look at the world starts to change, and the way just certain things start to change. You see different colors, all of like, almost, you don't see the actual colors, but maybe the hues of colors in life seem a bit different to you. And so with it, you are not, I guess it's a journey, it's a philosophical question of being versus becoming. You are a being, but maybe you're on a journey to becoming. And I guess that's a perpetual journey until the journey just ends. It's always this being versus becoming, and
I,
yeah,
the thing is, like, people like us who have been into Darul Ulum phases, madrasa phases, and then university phases, and our own research phases, and then
yeah,
I do get your point a lot, because I've had all these phases, and now I feel so calm after researching much more in life. I feel
yeah,
with more knowledge, you feel more calm. But then again, I used to believe that firmly. But then again, it is an individual choice, because some ulama, I know them, and you might know them as well. I don't want to
okay.
take their names, but they're like big ulama, but they still scream a lot around. Like, they do have the knowledge, but they still don't have
It's not. It's
the
not. You see, you know what it is. It's
I guess.
like what we were just saying on the other discussion. It's not information. Imam Malik said this so well, that he said, when they asked him about ilm, he said, "Laysa al-ilm bi kathrati riwayat."
Yeah, yeah.
He said it is not an excess of information and riwayat and just having data. He
Yeah.
said, "وَلَكِنَّهُ نُور يَضَعُ اللَّهُ فِي قَلْبِ أَحَدِكُمْ." But it is a light that kind of inflames. Allah places it in the heart of certain people. It is not it's not an information thing. The information is helpful in navigating through that experience, in relaying it to others and guiding others. So as you navigate through the journey of the soul on this consciousness, it's a different realm. It's more about understanding than it is about just information, and it's more about a greater realization of things like, well, insania and compassion and things like this. But whilst you're doing that, whilst you're walking this path, the information you have allows you greater insights. It's like almost it's glasses that you're wearing, that because you have that information, because you have access to the Quran, and you have access to being able to understand the Quran, understand the ulum, understand the fatwa of ulama, the legacy that they wrote, you can piece together things that maybe if somebody didn't have that access, they too can still develop the soul, but maybe they just wouldn't make some of those connections with the verses because they don't have access to the verses, or they don't have access to certain ahadith or certain traditions. So the information is helpful in piecing it together and trying to also help others with it by trying to say, hey, look at this. But if it was just information, if we just sat down and just, here, read all these 20 books, and by the time you finish them, you will now be something else. You wouldn't. If that was the case, the self-help industry would go out of date with just one book, because the moment a person reads one book, they would now just be super successful.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. It's so but
subhanallah, it's so I don't know what kind of spiritual subhanallah connect we have, but the other day I was just like, I've gotten so much more patient. I've been watching videos of Dr. Suleiman Misbahi, and the other day
honestly,
on WhatsApp posted his story, and I was like,
yeah,
Mufti listens to him too, and it's
yeah.
so funny. But because I can,
I you
you
know
might hate to me, because when I listen to him, I listen to him a lot sometimes. And the funny thing is, as I know, that I probably, of course, we never talked about aqaid, but as you can imagine, I don't agree with a lot of his aqaid, of course, especially the story part. Like a lot of these karamat and I don't actually, agree with a lot of things.
But I tell you what, though, the thing is this: there's a different way of looking at it.
Exactly. That's what I was. If you give me a second, that's what I was saying. Exactly. Now with time, I've gotten to understand what people can have from him if they don't go to that grave part, you can take away a lot of Sufism. It's not like it's it's not
and I
like
take it a step further. You see, what I would say is that, you see, it's for a moment we have to suspend everything. So, suspend all this, what people are doing and judgments, and people are going to graves or people are going to whatever. Because, in all honesty, what you see when one looks, like that hadith that Allah says that that the eye becomes the eye of God that we see through. That, you see, even people that are doing all these things, they just you see, what they're doing is they're operating from a level that they just have access to. Like, they don't, they
yeah,
have like maybe lower, maybe, these people, maybe they've got obviously less educated. They just know certain things. They're not that sophisticated in their thinking. And there's so many, most people on the globe are not going to be profound thinkers. That's just like, most people are not going to be athletes. Most people are not. The majority of human will not. That's always elite people. It's always a margin. Now, these people, they're doing it they're not doing it from a place of malice, or they're not doing it from a place of, even their ignorances. Even these people go to tombs and do whatever. They're doing it from a place of devotion. It's just misplaced devotion. That's all. It's still,
exactly. It's a
still,
beautiful devotion,
yeah.
of course. They
So
are
it's still a love, but, and
exactly.
so when we see from that divine lens, what we understand is we start, like, we lose all the hate, and what we see is like, this person actually, this person is trying to make a proclamation of love, but it's just misplaced and misguided. That's all. It's not, the person means well. They just haven't, it's misplaced because of whatever, a number of reasons. That's all.
Maybe it's like a far-fetched example, but like the other day I was reading someone broke into Cristiano Ronaldo's hotel room, and of course he still signed his things and he didn't give him into the police and stuff. But the point is,
Oh,
still
okay.
doing
Wow.
it out of love. But the thing he did, of course, was wrong. But he did it out of love. I do believe like people like that are truly Ashik Rasul. I do believe them.
And this doctor, Sheikh Misbahi Saab, may Allah bless him.
He's
I
educated guy.
I feel that it's like, the, when it's said that you don't choose the path calls you.
Mhm.
And in some ways, I heard Jung. I've heard it's a quote of Jung. I think that people don't have ideas. Ideas have people.
So,
It's really amazing. Somebody shared it with me recently on one of
like,
my Patreon things. I was like, really, I loved it. And it's the same kind of thing of this divine tawfiq, that it's the path choosing. And I feel sometimes some people come into our lives at a time
yeah.
that is right. Like Allah, I seriously am so grateful for Sheikh Misbahi Saab's content. I probably listen to, every day. I
Come now,
listen
especially.
to something. If not every day, every other day, I listen to. If not every day, probably I listen to a
Same here.
certain thing. And it's not, it's just. I spoke of this phenomenon the other day, that we have an oracle that, to some people there will be a placeholder. And the oracle phenomenon is a placeholder. Some person will be your, or like, if that person speaks, for some reason it works for you. Like and what I said earlier on as well, with the works of Antonio Damasio, that, you see, we fundamentally are creatures, feeling creatures who think. We are not thinking creatures who feel. And you see, we feel that for some reason it clicks when he speaks. It hits my heart. It's hard hitting and heart hitting.
Absolutely.
It really, and it just makes me want to be a better person. So so much value. Like I've reevaluated the whole thing. I've started to see, wow, okay, I see the art in even folk tales. I see the wisdom. It's like what he's doing.
He has this, I don't know if you know, he has this video. He has this video like 10 minutes, you know, and it's so absurd. It just blew my mind. He has this video. I think there were like people standing who were like going for Hajj, youngsters and stuff behind him, and he was just trying to tell them that if you go to Medina, just don't take pictures all the time, you know. And he said, like, he said like 25 times, he said, "Tu thige, tu phone chuk le, tu phone chuk le, tu phone chuk." He said it like 25 times, and but it hit my heart. And he was like, and he said so simple things like, "Utte this sabi tu dhyan na le, tu phone chuk le, or tu phone chuk le." And I was like, it's so simple, but it just hit my heart.
Yeah, because for the viewers, that's just he's saying that, you know, you become preoccupied with the phone, like you've got the phone out again, you've got the phone out again, and you know what? It doesn't. I get it. Look, it doesn't. Whoever works for someone, you know, I spoke like maybe some person, Maulana Tariq Jamil Saab, is that oracle voice. Maybe for some person it's none of them. It's only just Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. Maybe for some people it's whoever. Maybe it's their friend. Maybe it's the local imam. Maybe it's whoever you find that for some reason there's a frequency, a wavelength this person has that is it locks into your soul when they speak.
And sometimes that person changes over time.
Yeah, well, I guess we all change, and change is I think good, you know, if it's towards growth. Obviously it can be. You see, the thing about change is when it's happening, obviously we it's difficult to, because it's just happening. We can only tell over time that, oh, this was good change. You know, when it's happening, it's just happening. But yeah, so yeah, shukran for sharing that. I appreciate that, man. I didn't realize you were also a keen fan of Sheikh Misbahi Sahib.
I didn't realize that about you as well until I saw. I was like, yeah, JB.
And shall I tell you something? Honestly, I'll say this and then we'll kind of wrap this, because I know there's 1-2 other people waiting. I saw recently that there were some videos where you know, Sheikh, what is it? Mirza Engineer Saab. So Mirza Engineer Saab had kind of called out Sheikh Sulaiman Misbahi Saab on a few videos, and there were 1 or 2 videos where it came up on my YouTube, so I saw them, where Sheikh Misbahi Saab is kind of reacting to him. He's kind of taking the bait almost, and you know, between I don't know Sheikh Misbahi Saab directly. Obviously, he's had such a profound effect, you know, in recent times on my life as well, on my spiritual journey. But between us, I know at least 2 people who know him, okay, or have some contact maybe through someone to him. So I sent them a message, and I've said that. I just said that, look, I'd like to send a message because I feel you may be in contact with Sheikh Misbahi Saab. I said that not my message to him, as in just if you could convey it, like as in I said that, look, I came across some of these things that came up on YouTube, and my message or my thoughts, sorry, it's not a message. My thoughts are just that, please don't take the bait. That, you know, don't get into there is just something so destructive about that energy of this back and forth in this kind of polemics of debate, and I said that, look, you know, what melts my heart with Misbahi Saab is that in most of his videos, whenever I see, he's always smiling, he's always speaking about love.
Advice.
He's always speaking about, you know, about being just a better person. And I said that, you know, just be that light, man, you know, because that light is so, you know, it is kindling flames in places how you can't even imagine. It's touching lives and souls and hearts and souls. And I just said that, you know, this debate thing is so easy to get caught up into.
Yeah.
And so if this message can be conveyed by you, I said then my message would just be don't bite the bait, don't take it, because it's just toxic, man. And I see, look, I respect certain things that look, Mirza Engineer Saab, Muhammad Ali Engineer Saab is doing. I understand, look, his approach is it's a scholastic approach. Yeah, so it's one where he's involved with, look, I'm going to do not academic but theologian speak. I'm going to go logically with sequence. I want evidence, I want this, I want that. Everything is very academic. And but the truth is, like, if I'm going, look, I admire Mirza Engineer Saab in his own way, but let's be honest that, look, what he's criticizing Sheikh Misbahi Saab about, if we're going to be honest, he's trying to criticize him about dogma, but ultimately he too is dogmatic. He's not like somebody that is, as a person who's an advocate, of reason, I would say, like, let's be honest, he's not an advocate of reason. He's just a scholastic person. So he's less dogmatic, but yet still
He is.
Inexcusably dogmatic on matters. So the question is this: it's like, well, if I'm, it's like if a person in baseball who plays baseball, let's say in some kind of poor approximation allegory, is now mocking a footballer for kicking the ball. But it's like, well, you see, it's just a different game, but you're still playing the game. It's not, it's like, you see, what you're doing is still arbitrary sets of rules. There's still dogma that you abide by.
Like his whole theory on Muawiyah radiallahu anhu is based on that one hadith of Ammar ibn Yasir on Muslim.
I don't even mean that. You see, I don't even mean in that. That's more like his kind of choices, which obviously I would disagree with. But that's not even my point. My point is dogma itself. You see, because when you accuse people of being dogmatic, which let's say they are, in certain things that they tell folk tales and they tell these things, which has other functions to it, but you're ignoring that and saying, look, well, this isn't proven because according to this set of rules, let's say this game of rules, this isn't authenticated, blah, 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 blah. But then you see, so it sounds more rational. It just sounds rational, which is fine, but which to some extent it is, but it's arbitrarily rational. Now, if let's say a person shifted the game, like, let's say you remove this and you want to speak about reason. Let's say you want to speak about what I spoke about today. Okay, the birth of orthodoxy. So what makes Europe, like, let's say Mirza Engineer Saab was to be questioned about opinions that he holds that are not in the Quran and Sunnah, but only ulama hold them.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's say today we address this thing of sifat, or we addressed this thing of understanding things that are not so they could be all kinds of matters, whether a person is going to look at in light of today or just in light of reason. Whether you want to say usul, whether you want to say these things are not proven by reason, like, in fact, some of them are counter reason, but you would only accept them because you feel that, well, if I don't play this game, then I'm going to get blacklisted. So I can only, you see, so I will refuse dogma up until a point, but then beyond that, I too will accept dogma. Then ultimately, it's just a point of where one draws the line. It's not a point of of in or out, because it's not pure reason. It's clearly not pure reason. I mean, there's
It's not.
so yeah. I mean, we get distracted anyway. Khair. Look, may Allah bless them all. But I just feel that sometimes when I see these things and I see almost being challenged as the voice of reason, like let's say a good example, Bukhari Gate. Now, Mirza Engineer Saab would obviously, when it comes to Bukhari, just become dogmatic because to question. Now, let's say with Bukhari Gate, now, fine, a person wants to accept Bukhari, but let's say you have the Bukhari bottleneck squeeze on Farabri, Muhammad ibn Yusuf al-Farabri. Now, the whole thing rests on the neck of, there's a bottle squeeze. Now, this not even conceding to that
Yeah.
is a result of sheer program dogma. Not even conceding. I mean, one is, let's say you concede to it but not even conceding to it is simply pure dogma. Like, you're not even prepared to even examine the question at hand because of sheer ingrained dogma. So that's a question right there. You say, well, okay, well, if you want to be so, let's say, logical and
Yeah.
rational, then you have to be that everywhere. But if you
Of
say
course.
no, if we're going to question hadith now, let's say we want to, then we apply the same thing to, okay, hadith, let's say, validation. We're going to look at the masail, the kind of punctuated equilibrium in
As
isnad generation.
as
So
yeah.
w-
As
the
I
qu-
said
yeah,
about Ammar ibn Yasir, that hadith, it's so unbelievable that he bases everything on that one hadith. And then if you look at
sure.
Ghamdi, he says, he actually said, he's like, is hadith ki haysiyat kya hai, main kabhi pura iska hissa karu, I don't
And
know.
some Malikis have discussed that hadith as well, like Abdul Haq al-Ishbili and other people.
Yeah,
The,
yeah.
the point is, my point wasn't his one opinion. My point was his mechanism is dogmatic. It's not, you see, like, if you're going to be the voice of reason, then, and you're going to be rational and you're going to be logical, then you have to apply those rules everywhere. But if you're going to say, well, I'm going to attack your dogma for being dogmatic, but then, I too am dogmatic on all of these things, then it's kind of, well, this is like an arbitrary
But Mufti,
anyway.
talk
Cool.
about that. I would really like to listen to your hadith analysis of that hadith as well. I've researched it as well. So
Which
not
one? Way Hammar?
but one day of
Way
Ammar,
Hammar one.
because
Yeah,
it is a hadith which everyone gives to say, the people who killed Ammar were Muawiyah's
Fi'atul Baghiya kind of
or
thing. Yeah.
Jahannam, na'udhu billah, astaghfirullah. They do give that, even if they
No,
give it as they
that part isn't established. It isn't
Yeah, of
established.
course, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
But yeah,
okay, we'll wrap this up, Sheikh.
there's a lot of people
Shukran
waiting.
for
I'm really
speaking.
sorry,
Much
guys.
love.
It's
Okay,
mostly
inshallah.
break
Assalamu
from
alaikum. People, we spoke quite a bit there. We got into quite a discussion on, I guess, the polemics. So engineer Muhammad Mirza really exposes the hypocritical views and literature. He does, but the thing with, look, Muhammad, Sheikh engineer Muhammad Ali Mirza Saab, and he is a scholar, unquestionably. He's a profound scholar of Islam. But you see, when you say he exposes stuff, he does, but you see, he's not 100% genuine to the principle. He's not. I mean, I'm not saying this as a diss. Sure, look, may Allah bless him and give him more and more and more. I mean, he's doing things with a great cause, and he's guided, millions of people. And he is a much needed voice in Pakistan, just as Ghamdi Saab is definitely a much needed voice. So engineer Mirza Saab is less dogmatic, and therefore that is needed, because he's calling people to some kind of rationalism, some kind of rationalism. But my point was that, look, my point was just when he is criticizing other people, which I get it, because that's his thing. He does that. And, people, and I get that, because in the past I'd been caught up in that. And so when you just get so caught up in it, you don't, it kind of consumes you. And so, but what I was saying is his thing, you see, the rational element to showing the hypocrisy, it doesn't stop where he stops. It goes further, but he doesn't take it further. See, he covers that part up, or he refuses to discuss that part, because then it would get problematic, you see. So it's like saying, well, look, I'm going to criticize you for not following a Sahih Hadith, because now I have a criteria and your Hadith doesn't match up to that criteria, and I'm being objective. So, well, okay. So let's take it a step further. Let's evaluate the Sahih Hadith and say, well, okay, I'm going to evaluate it according to these standards. Say, well, okay. But then we're going to evaluate from, you're going to look at this from a knowledge viewpoint, okay, an epistemological viewpoint, that how are these things equate, how are these things generating, you see, a certain thing, like look, put it like this. Most of the ulama of Islam traditionally, they went by the living tradition. They did not just go by hadith. They made a distinction between hadith and sunnah. Now you have to honor that tradition. If you're not going to honor it and you're just going to take this tradition that, oh, I'm a hadith dogmatist, I only go by when the hadith is sahih. Okay, but then let's take that further. Then let's analyze, how is the hadith made sahih? And you say, well, such and such a person vouched for it. So I say, well, okay, let's say Imam Ahmad vouches for a particular rawi. Most of the rawi that the people vouch for, they never actually met in their lifetimes because they were a generation or two before them. Or not most, but many, an indispensable number of ruwat are being commented and being validated by people who come at least 2 generations after them. So the question is, when they validate them, they don't disclose their sources. Very rare that they disclose their sources. So let's say Abu Zur'a al-Razi is saying this person, or Yahya ibn Ma'in saying laysa bihi ba's, or Ahmad ibn Hanbal saying huwa thiqa. This Imam Bukhari says he's this. There's only, the layer of people that they meet, the first layer of transmitters to them. Sure, you could say, well, how maybe they met them so they had an assessment. What about the people 1 generation ahead, or 2 generations ahead, or 3 generations ahead? How do you know their memory was good? It's like me saying, oh, I know my granddad's neighbor's memory was good. So, well, how do you know that? Did you ever meet him? No. Well, imagine I said my great-great-granddad's, his neighbor's memory was really good. So how do you know? So this is a question now, because I must have had it through sources, but I don't disclose the sources. Is that not a question mark? If we're going to be objective, let's be objective. So you see, now the people say, oh, but if you do that, then the whole thing falls. No, it doesn't. You see, because we had the living tradition, because hadith and sunnah were never considered the same thing by the school of Medina or the school of Kufa. And hadith was simply documentation. So they were like historical documents. And the sunnah was the living tradition, which we inherited by a living tradition from father to child. So you see, now either you acknowledge the multidisciplinary approach, and then fine, you see, I have no problem you accepting this hadith with its kind of punctuated blind spots in the isnad. Fine, we're not going to raise it as a question mark, because you're going to say, well, your tradition doesn't, it's just inherited, en masse. It's a living tradition. So fine, there's a multidisciplinary approach. So people do their own thing. There's hadith dogmatists, there's hadith relativists. But when you say you don't have a right to exist in Islam, that's a problem. Okay, because then either I don't know, or if I do know, then it's a greater calamity, as the poet said, that, in kunta la tadri fatilka musiba, wa in kunta tadri fal musibatu a'zam. Okay, guys, you know what? I've got to wrap this up as well. So, no, look, I want to say here, by the way, and I want to add this in. Look, no, please don't. I'm not trying to belittle Mirza Sahib. I think he's a legend. What he's done, people would have said it was impossible to do. Okay, I think he's a legend. I have my love for him. I have my endearment for him. I have my respect, unquestionable respect for him. He's a great scholar. I'm not in any way trying, and I would not tolerate anybody being rude to him. I'm just saying that, look, we have a discipline and we just own it, and other people have their own approach and they're allowed their approach. This is the beautiful color, the colorful legacy of Islam. We all have a different way. The mystics in Islam have their own way. They have a tradition. The philosophers have their tradition. The usuliyin have their tradition. The fuqaha have their tradition. The hadithiyin have their tradition. People have their own tradition. So and sure, we can be critical, but let's just now and then concede to it. It's fine. Okay, we've got these blind spots, you've got those blind spots. Fine. We all coalesce. We are the ummah of Islam. It's not a thing. Don't let my words, don't understand my words in any way to be weaponized against. I'm not. I respect, I honor. I'm just being true. I'm trying to be as true to myself as I can. I just realized that I just realized Mufti looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi wearing hands. I don't even know who that is. Let me type it in. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, look, it's come up. It says it's a series. Okay, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm seeing a kind of Jedi kind of character when he wears his Han Solo getup. What Han Solo? I gotta type this in now. Han Solo. I don't know if that's what I look like, but sure. I mean, okay. Now, a series is perhaps the most intriguing of the upcoming. It's a Disney thing. Can't be watching Disney. That's for kids. Joking. Rohim, Allah bless you. You're a YouTube member. Right. So, you know what? Drop me a message on Instagram, because I'm going to be doing much more of these YouTube member things as well. And YouTube, the interface is so poor in how to connect with your kind of members. It really provides nothing. Like, there's no chat function. It's like so crazy. So what to do is drop me a message on Insta and I'll connect. Much love. Okay. Right. Somebody said this TV series sucks. Okay, guys, let's bring on Abu Safoura. Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum, Abu Safoura.
Assalamu alaikum, Mufti. How you doing?
I'm good, Yar. How are you?
Well, I'm very bored. I've been waiting for an hour or so.
My apologies. Disculpe, man.
Yeah, no problem, Mufti.
Baaton mein lag jate, we get distracted once we start talking. Honestly, I need to just shut up at times.
Before anything, Mufti, I must say, I was great to you. And Eid Mubarak. How was your Eid?
Allah bless you. Eid was good. It was. I'm trying to think. What was it? It's just usually Eid for us is just a very family thing. It'll be like siblings. It'll be like children, nephews, nieces, everybody together. My parents. It'll be that kind of vibe, really. And we just catch up, joke, laugh, whatever. Maybe sometimes some games, and that's it, really. That's how the day pretty much just goes. Eat a bunch of food, and
I feel that's pretty much the same globally. There isn't much to do in Eid. Generally speaking, it's not like like the Christians have Christmas. You've got lights, you've got decorations.
There's always the afternoon nap, though. So you're napping.
There is afternoon nap.
And then you're getting up. And I must say, this time I was really, I'm not a foodie person, but I was like, so I took this kind of mithai and samosa stuff as well, because I thought, let's just take some as well, extra. And I was like wowed by the samosa and stuff. Like, see, now I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, wow, it tasted so good. And the gulab jamun, I don't have a sweet tooth, but I just love when I'm eating, I just can't stop. It's like too good. I don't know.
Yeah, relatable. Me too. I'm not,
Yeah,
but I'm not a fan of sweets. I definitely
yeah.
have no sweet tooth. But on occasions like Eid and etc., you do like not appetizers, desserts.
You know
The thing with
something? I tell you, Yar, this, I thought again this Eid, because the same thing happened on Eid both times. You know that. But this Eid, I was just remembering the Eid before the Ramadan one, the event that, memory is a strange thing, yeah. Like when a memory comes to you of something, it's sometimes just uncontrollable. You could just be sitting here and you suddenly remember something. And it's like, okay, so years ago when I'd gone to Damascus, and obviously I was there, and I was just, this is like 97, 98 that time, and I was just 18, and I was struggling as well, obviously back then, you can imagine, and struggling a bit financially, and I was keeping everything thrifty, and because I had to, we had to study, and we had to pay this and pay that, and it's all very, that dervish lifestyle, that very kind of lifestyle we had
on the go.
And there's this, yeah, and so sometimes how we would just get, there's this just a sudden memory, because there was this time where I'd finished some class or something, it was evening, and I was thinking to myself, well, I gotta get, it's okay, better be getting back. And I was thinking, I haven't eaten, and I remember thinking, you know what, like, okay, what I'll just do is I'll just buy this bottle of milk thing and just just drink that. And they used to have this really creamy milk they used to have in Damascus, Syria back then, and that would be it. I was thinking, I'll just do with that, because I was kind of a bit struggling and stuff. And I thought, well, and it's weird, yeah. I don't have a sweet tooth, yeah. So anyway, I don't have a sweet tooth and stuff. So I obviously like things that are taste nice, but I don't really have a craving or stuff really much for, occasionally for an ice cream, but not much. It was Chandrat. Yeah, occasionally for an ice cream. It was Chandrat. So just the night with Eid being in the morning. So that night after, with the end of Ramadan, I just suddenly had this craving for, like, first of all, I thought to myself, look, you know what, I'll get this, I'll order this kind of desi tea, proper made with buffalo milk and this and that. I thought, yeah, come on, let's get some. And I'm looking at the menu, and I thought, you know what, I'll get like a little cake or something with it. And it's, they got faluda, and I thought, I'll get a bit of and they got this rasmal. I was like, whoa, rasmal. And I'm just suddenly having this craving for all this stuff, and I ordered this bunch of this stuff, honestly, and it comes and it's what is it, the Eid night thing, that and it's all there, and I'm trying to eat it, and I couldn't even, because I don't even, it's like the eye eats. I just get greedy in the moment, and out of nowhere, I just had that memory that, like there was a time, like without trying to think, I just thought that, that time, like probably 24 years ago, whatever, when I was just sitting at that hillside thing, and I just bought that bottle of milk, and I just thought, like, yeah, like I just thought, let's just drink this, and that's fine. And wallahi, just, this is like unmeditated, like I'm not, like, it's not like something I was thinking of. It's just, you just get a thought, and whilst you're lapping up all this delights to your heart's content, and I thought, ya salam, Allah, how the Lord gives, and how, it's not about the quantity of something, it's about just things in life. It's about just life itself, and a realization. And it really, wallahi, it gripped me, man, in the moment. I just thought, ya salam. Insan, I guess, because, insan, what can an insan actually eat? What can, even if you're like a multimillionaire or a billionaire, you're still going to eat only a certain amount of food, isn't it?
Mufti, now that you mentioned people being multi-millionaires and billionaires, I was looking into a story of people going from rags to riches, and they were describing one of the things they missed about being in poverty was food stops becoming special when you are financially well off, because when you don't have food, anything that has a little flavor in it becomes very special to you. I remember even when I was a child, I would look I would look forward to much, let's say, something that at that time appeared fancy to me. I would wait a week, save my pocket money to get that meal on a snack. But now, even if you offered it to me like every single day, it wouldn't have the same taste.
It's like existence loses its meaning. That too, and obviously it's incremental. It's in certain things, and then I guess there's a chase to find maybe meaning or a distraction to avoid the melancholy of not having meaning. On is a similar equation that is hypothetically posed to, I know this may be controversial, but it will be controversial, but to people that for things like veganism and vegetarianism, that there is a question that you see people. It's a philosophical question that I know it sounds crazy, but that when you see nature, okay, remove us, but nature, when it doesn't have a survival element in the equation, it kind of completely implodes. So if you see the experiment that was done with Universe 25, the mice paradise, and people can search it up on YouTube, where a scientist tried to basically create a utopia that could cater for up to, I think, 3,000 mice. And he starts off with just 4, and they interbreed and breed and breed. But when they reach a certain amount and they've got no worries for shelter, for food, for clean water all the time, and they can mate as they like, they can do as they like, it's shocking, the results when they reach just a certain stage. I think they only reach about 600 mice or something, but it gets devastating. Like the mothers turn on their young, they start killing their own young, and the people become isolated, they're not interested in it. Becomes so that he had to shut down the whole operation. They started to, not a single mouse kind of survives the thing in the end. And it was a utopia. Obviously human beings are different, but I understand that. But what?
Not really, not that different, Mufti. You look at the world today, especially the West, it's crumbling in front of our eyes. It's becoming absolutely disgusting, degenerate, despicable. You look at what's going on in the world today. I don't think we have ever seen degeneracy to the level and intensity we are seeing today, and it sort of is analogous to that mice experiment. And I know of that experiment, by the way, and it's frequently brought up into the discussions of fall of empires. Even if you look,
it's a fascinating one, Universe 25. I'll bring up the researcher's name as well.
Mufti, even if you look at the fall of the Roman Empire, they went through a similar phase that they were doing so well that they started entertaining.
It was John Colhern, yeah. But sorry, carry on.
Right. So the Romans, when they were at their peak, the time came when they started stagnating, and one of the features of a declining empire is people stop being rough and tough. They start appreciating sophistication over brutal warfare. And when I say warfare, I don't mean going in and killing people, or maybe a part of it is definitely that. But I mean the mentality.
Okay, that's not a good part, but yeah.
No, Mufti, not really, because look at our civilization. We would not have gotten where we are today without warfare, without campaigns and sieges and war.
No, I understand. Yeah, the world would have been a different place.
But then a time comes when people stagnate, they stop appreciating.
You know what I find is that sometimes people, they have a need to fight for something, but they don't know what to fight for, so they end up fighting for like just odd, bizarre things, because I think within us we want to fight for, we want to stand for something, and
we do,
and so they end up standing for just odd things. And you think, well,
definitely, I mean, we want to achieve something, we want to conquer the world, and when I say world, I do, yes, in a physical sense as well, but there is also a metaphorical meaning to it. But ultimately, what happens is people start appreciating all that is nonsensical, and they forgo of things that actually brought them to their greatness and glory. Well, that discussion aside, I know you have a time restraint. So I've got a quick question.
Sure.
This question I posed to you in the comments. That was, what exactly is the point of having tawakkul if it's not going to show up immediately anyway?
But it will, look, something, I tell you, it's always been there since childhood. You will have a sense of, like something will happen and a person will call out to a higher power. They will call out to God. Children usually have very little difficulty in believing in God. And I know somebody may say, well, children have no difficulty believing in fairy tales, but the God, the studies on God and children are really fascinating because it's not just like fairy tales. It's interesting how they manage to grasp a concept, but we haven't got time to go into that. But so you see, you as a child, let's say something's happened and a person says, oh, please God, like do this, like help me with this. This is with the child at that stage that there is already this sense of this kind of tawakkul, this sense of, obviously it has to grow with us. Like we grow, it grows, or maybe it doesn't grow. I don't think it only comes at the end of life. I don't think so. I think maybe people mature at the end of life and that's why they notice it more.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Mufti, in that case, why do we have a lot of hadith that specifically mention
hadith?
A lot of hadith. That specific hadith.
Okay, that was a jump from tawakkul all the way to hadith.
No, it is related because you find a lot of hadith that say that, well, if you make dua to Allah, Allah will grant you your wishes. Maybe you have to wait a little longer. But how exactly does that, how do you calculate that? Because that does not happen all the time. It's not an exact mathematical science where you put an order and you get it. It's not like that.
It doesn't work like that, no.
So what is the point of making dua? Because I believe the reason I pray, and I do pray, is so that Allah does not burn me in hellfire. That's it. That's the reason I pray primarily. But there are times when I will get into difficulties and then I, of course, call out to Allah,
Sure. I mean, I know a lot of people are of a similar kind of mindset. But what about the fact that there's also a way of, you see, because, to me, that's not, it doesn't make sense to me. And I get it, maybe to people it does.
Which part does not make sense to you?
The fear sense, the fear.
Well, I think it is the essence of Islam, to be honest.
See, I disagree. I feel the
Why?
essence
Why do you
of
disagree?
all religions, of all, especially Islam and the biblical religions, and I feel that the essence is not fear, it's the holy, the sacred.
Yeah, but the sacred does inflict on us great fear and terror.
See, now that's a different kind of fear. It's true that mysterium tremendum, that there is this kind of almost like it sends tremors. The presence of, there's an awe with this kind of the holy, the sacred, that is terrifying in a way.
No,
and I guess
I'm referring specifically to verses that clearly describe the horrific nature that God will inflict on you if you don't do as He says.
Okay, so there's not, generally speaking, there's no verses in the Quran where Allah threatens punishment for not doing an act of worship. There's nothing like that in the Quran. There's not a single verse like that.
Believing Allah. I mean, if you don't believe Allah.
So now we're talking about a different discussion. We're talking about belief, and then you've got to juxtapose it with what was going on, that it was calling away from the superstition and all the kind of the stuff that was going on in that society.
But Mufti, isn't one person
Iman. So okay, but keeping, because then it's, you see, this is going away from the discussion of ibadat, of worship, because worship, Allah never says in the Quran, if you don't fast Ramadan, then I'm going to punish you. Or if you don't do the Hajj, I'm going to punish you. Because then that would rob the meaning of worship. Because if I said to you, if you don't worship me, and then I'm going to do this, then that's the only. And Allah says, "Fa'budullaha," worship Allah, mukhlisina lahuddin. And if I threatened you, then it wouldn't be mukhlis. It would just be like you're only doing it as lip service because you're not. Because you see, if doing something under threat can never be sincere. It's just incompatible. Like if I said to you, right, okay, I'm in your house, I've got a knife, I've got a gun. I say, right, you better host me, cook some food for me, and sit down and eat with me. That can never be done sincerely if I've got a gun.
Definitely could, Mufti. I mean, I'm sincerely afraid of my life, which is why I will host you, and which is why
but the hosting won't be sincere. No, you'll be sincere in what you're doing. I'm not saying you're not. So obviously, when you're cooking food, you're actually cooking food. I know that you're not trying to poison the food. You're trying to actually cook it. But that would never be the same. You see, it never carries the same. I can never really say Abu Safoura hosted me. It doesn't have the same meaning because I had it under duress. I threatened you. Now I do get it.
But Mufti, what if that is what you want?
But Allah never says that once in the Quran. I do understand that a lot of people do believe that way. I hope not, but maybe even the majority of the people believe that way. That what you were saying.
I very strongly believe that and advocate.
So that and I know a lot of ulama teach it that way. And look, this is not an attack on the ulama. Sure, like I understand that, look, they had their reasons and this is maybe how they understood the overall message of the Quran. They understood it maybe like this, that look, this has to be balanced between fear and hope, and we have to give more fear because, the carrot and the stick, and people don't listen otherwise unless we don't incentivize them we don't scare them, and because, it's better for them. It's like me scaring you to take the medicine, and it's better for you that you take the medicine. I get it that they are, that their intentions may be good, but I'm just saying the other people who don't see it that way. It's like there were many of the Salaf who would say things like, and we'll have to go into this another time. There's many of the Salaf from the Tabi'een and who would say things like this, that bring me this Jannah or this Jahannam, and I wish it could be destroyed because people only worship God because like Rabi' al-Adawiyya, amongst other people, that you people are just distracted by the toys, like you don't even actually want God, you just want. And I get it. I'm not saying that, you see, this level of worship, I'm not saying it's not acceptable. It is acceptable. Look, any person who's worshipping, however they're worshipping, is always acceptable. Allah, is everything ultimately is a devotion to God. But this is how I see things. Maybe people don't see eye to eye with me on this, and that's fine. But to me, it's about gratitude. It's about, it's from that door, that portal. It's from the thing of a kind of connection, a devotion. Even if sometimes it's a lazy devotion, but a person thinks, this is, this is the least. A person, this isn't even really the least. This is like a ridiculous attempt at some form of, gratitude on my part. It's not. So that's my kind of relationship with God. This is how I have a relationship. Maybe, for some people it doesn't work like that. Maybe the other one works better. I'm not here to say to people, you guys are wrong. I'm just saying this is a different way of seeing things. Abu Safoura, we've really, it's
no
gone
problem.
4:33. It's always a pleasure speaking to you. Always a pleasure hearing that accent and that voice. Yeah. I love it. We've had a lot of comments. People saying you need to go to Hollywood,
Right, Mufti, signing off from Dhaka, Bangladesh. You know what? Right. Do visit Dhaka.
I have to, Dhaka. I get so much love from Dhaka and Bangladesh, man. Honestly, I think, wallahi, I have to visit one of the days. In Bengal, it has its beauty, it has its magnificence. Many of the poets wrote about it. So Allah.
Take care, Mufti. Have a good day.
Take care, man. Abu Safoura signing out. Guys, you know what? I'm gonna have to wrap this up. I know there's 1-2 of you still. We've gone on so long. Much love, really, honestly. We'll get you guys in next week, inshallah. I'll try to do a mind trap in between. There is the heat wave as well, considering that as well in the UK anyway, though some of you live in the heat. guys, it's been epic, honestly. Shukran, really, I'm grateful to you guys for really just even just just being there, in whatever manifestation that means, for being there through this live with me, right? For being there, just being there as the kind of love, the support you guys emanate. Man, seriously, love you guys, yeah. Seriously, and especially those of you that go out of your way to support. Which reminds me, I'll sign off with that actually. Look, if guys, if you want to get in touch and you're interested in like elaborate interaction, so you have like some detailed questions. So first of all, if you want to get in touch, Instagram's usually a great way. I'm usually very responsive, but if you have questions, I do respond to people, but I'm being very real. I respond in like a sentence. I respond in a few words. I respond in. So if it's a quick thing, people say this, I respond, that's fine. Or it's like this. And I often say, look, search my videos. That's the second thing, that look, if you want elaborate replies, either search my videos. You do have an option if you want an elaborate discussion. Like people will say to me, oh, Mufti, can I have a discussion? And look, I'm in my own kind of world, but there is a facility for that. You can go to Patreon. It does have different tier sections. It does allow you to, the very least, you can get onto a Discord server that I have called Mindscape. But it has the upper tiers do have the option where you can book yourself into one-to-one. They call perspective sessions, but they can be used for either discussions or elaborate detailed questions. They last an hour long. Obviously, as you subscribe, you're then guided through on how to make a booking. It gives you the calendar, it gives you the timing. You can book yourself in, and that's all automated. I'm then just, right, I just get the appointment and I kind of just conduct it. It's conducted. It'll give you all the details. So you're more than welcome to do that, okay? It really is the best way. The other way, you're more than welcome to come on to my lives here on a Wednesday. If you catch this is, I'm here for usually 4 hours plus. Other than that, watch my videos. You can like the stream. It begins with the art of giving. Yeah, people don't even, they watch something and they don't even give it a like. Kya baat hai? Tells more about the person watching, doesn't it? I make a point of it that if I watch anything on YouTube or anything that I feel was even slightly just above, it was just okay, like for me, I took anything from it, I always make a point of liking, because it's a non-taxable way of giving. You just give a token of appreciation. And you're more than welcome. Leave a comment, your thoughts. Guys, other than that, we've got right, salam. Okay, wa ni'mat as-sayyid al-masih yusuf rabbana okay, shukran. Sending Arabian princess, sending her blessings. That are Christian. May Allah bless each and all on their journey and guide us all to the light. Okay, Ameen. Right, people, I'll leave you with that. Do leave a comment with your thoughts. Take very good care of yourselves, people. Salamullahi alaikum wa khuda hafiz.